Go morph, just don't go jug.
Don't go jug.
We saw Venge jug yesterday. That did not look very good.
No, that lane looked terrible, actually. Shoot, I mean, they were up against like Bloodseeker, Rubik. They got
Venge straight up has to enable whatever carry she has in her lane. Usually a carry that's going to right click them a lot because Venge's laning presence is pretty much a way of terror.
Dude, the trio. Holy shit, they're really covering the egg. This is really good combo. Spells do great team fight. I'm a fan of this hero. I just think it's a tough one to make work all the time, the Willow in particular. Like there's a lot of reasons that people stray away from it, but hey, if you can land the combos, it's very strong in combination with Mars in lane and in throughout the majority of the game.
Yeah, I didn't think that was something that we even saw in the last game though. You know, you have the Mars, you have the Willow. In theory, it's fantastic. Can you actually pull it off?
Yep.
The thing about Willow, I think her laning stage is what's super awkward.
Yeah.
Mars supplemented pretty well, just because you set up for a Ramble Maze with your slow as well as your spear, but I think you'd compare her to a lot of other ranged fours, and she just can't secure range creeps. I think that's the biggest deal, and why we don't see her very often. Seems like such a small thing, but that's the nice part about Mars, is he's probably the best off laner in the game for securing range creeps, so he alleviates a lot of her weaknesses super early on.
Yeah, and her spells, like you said, like that's the reason why Mars is like decent, because you set it up. A lot of times for Willows, it's like you just kind of have to throw your spells out if you don't have a decent setup in lane. It's really awkward.
You have to like predict the
you
guy's
just throw the
running away
yeah.
and hit him with it on the
Just
way
going
up.
for a last hit. You bramble on like when he's moving up to walk for it. You know, that's usually the way that I do it when I'm playing the hero. But it can definitely be tough. Puck into the Willow. Interesting.
What's
easier
bad about Puck against Willow?
Well, now you can play around it, of course, because you play easier into the roots because swap the way that the abilities work.
Yeah.
You used to not be able to phase, but now you can at least phase shift during the roots. It used to be a huge problem because you'd orb in it and then you'd orb into a bramble and you're just like, but now you can phase shift. So. Wow.
PL into Puck. Huge fan here. That's they're preparing for like morphling. I think that's what they're doing. They're preparing for all these other heroes that are good with Venge. But at this point, I think you just accept you have a Venge and they've banned everything out. That maybe that's bad. You know, maybe Venge is super underwhelming. They're talking about how Dusa looked broke with the Venge. Maybe Venge looks really bad without a hero that she's enabling. But PL gets Puck. Not a fan.
PL they can just Sven, can't they? Also,
is Sven in the pool?
Yeah,
it's not the best for Phoenix, but it's nice versus all the other stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty strong versus the other three.
I just feel like we haven't seen the best performance from PL throughout the entirety of this tournament, even in games where PL seemed to make sense. He's had worse performances cat humanoid than I've ever seen, and I've watched the whole Cats movie 6 times.
I think there's just a lot of heroes that just break him, and I feel like there's one big one that got buffed that people did draft it, so is Leshrac. Liquid picked it. I think that's a hero that just, the game is over for PL pretty much at every stage. You can't really itemize to deal with it. Also owns Willow. I actually think it's a great option for 5 men if they can actually put it in their lineup.
The Lesh?
The Lesh, yeah. I know they're probably going to put Puck as Chessie, because Chessie always plays the Puck, and he does this like triple orb mid, he puts his ward down, he gets himself his lane set up. But I do think that they can vary their draft a bit here and just count it as PL now, because they see it. They see the core, and you know that that's going to be V2, and you know that's going to be the big carry. Just your next 2 picks should definitely address it.
So are you still thinking Sven as well?
I mean, I think it could work. It's a little weak versus the Phoenix. They might have some egg problems.
I don't want to just like tunnel vision on this one-to-one match. Puck's actually pretty decent against PL, so I wanted the hero they picked to be good against PL, but it doesn't have to be some hard counter.
So you're not as much in the camp of a Lash or something like that?
No, I'm saying Lex is fine, but like, and Sven is fine, but
don't double down.
You don't have to just focus on the other parts of the draft. Give yourself some good team fight synergy. Alk is incredibly good against PL.
Yep.
It's not the best in lane though here. I think Mars is gonna like absolutely free farm top, and potentially the problem with this Alk is their only save is Venge, and he dies to Arena early on, and I think the Mars is gonna spend his time just following him around. But it is very good against PL, and they should be able to get stacks going with heroes like Venge being able to reliably stack from long range.
Really weak lane though.
Yeah, that's about as bad as it gets.
I'm pretty concerned for that one, just because I think like, depending on how they set up their lanes too for Flight of Moon, like if it's either Mars Phoenix or if it's Mars Willow, like they can polish this Alchemist super hard. They can play as aggro as they want, because
they may need to do like an aggro tri lane with the Alk,
or just have Misery stay top at the start, right? Start as a tri lane and leave.
The problem is you're like helping an Alk. Compare him to like Sven and Doug. Those heroes, if you toss somebody into them, they can capitalize. You're just babysitting an Alk who's going to right click for 50 damage, right? I think the aggro tri-lane approach might be better, because you're not doing it to get kills. You're not doing it to shut down the PL. You're literally doing it so you don't have a weak 2v2 bottom and a weak 2v2 top, right? You're doing it where you maybe pick a strong solo laner, and then I'm not saying they have to do that, but picking this out, it looks good in game, but early game I'm super concerned.
Same.
So overall, 5 men though, looking like they're gonna have decent game once they manage to make the late game, but concerned about the laning phase. Is there any way that we could see Fly to Moon push that even further and put themselves in an even better position early on?
I think they have to see where this puck's going, and then DK looks really good for me. Timbersaw looks fine.
If they get a Timber mid, right? I think that kind of owns the whole draft, right?
It depends on what this last pick is for 5 men, but Timbersaw is a great option. I actually like Darkseer a lot against PL. The Ion Shell damage in the early mid game, even late game, can be super annoying. The laning stage, you don't love playing against it either, but every hero farms pretty well against Darkseer. I like what 5 men are doing, but if this is like a DK or a Timber, I'm a bit scared, because they're going to be countered in like all 3 lanes. Well, they're going to be countered in 2 out of 3 lanes, and then the PL is going to farm fine. This last pick will set it all. I think there's too many good options. I feel like the second I see this pick, I'm not going to like 5 minutes draft anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little weirded by their draft too. I feel like I think it's good versus the PL, and PL is definitely a bit of a question mark for me. But I don't know. There's something about 5 minutes draft that looks a little weird.
I know what you mean.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to see what that last pick is going to be already. Both of you have just put together so many different solutions that could shut down this draft. Is there anything that you're concerned about on the side of Fly to Moon? Because I feel like the 5-men draft, 5 men's made you feel uneasy. Kunkka going to be the last pick for Fly to Moon.
They're like tripling down on their team fight. It gives them some nice catch against the surge from Darkseer. All of 5 men's heroes except for the Puck are completely reliant on walking around, which X is super good against, and also good against the Venge save. It's a pseudo counter in the sense that if you X the Alk while he's in the middle of the Mars ulti, he's coming right back if you try to swap him out.
Yeah, I mean, look at the odds too on EGB.com. 1.69 on Fly to Moon. Those are some nice odds. Yeah. Very nice indeed. But the question is, do you sit with the odds this time, Fogged, or do you think that we will be able to see 5 to men make this odd draft come together?
I think this Alchemist, when he does have BKB, he reigns supreme in this game pretty hard. If he's able to play with the laning phase, gets his Radiance, gets his BKB online, I think it's super good versus Fly to Moon. But I think Fly to Moon, they play really aggressive in the laning phase and try to shut that down. Oh, this Kunkka pick looks a little bit strange to me too.
This may be a cop, but if 5 men are allowed to play Dota this game, meaning the game is not just so out of hand in 5 minutes it's over, I 100% favor their draft, but I don't think that's going to happen. So
okay, well, we're going to find out right now. They are going to be permitted to play Donut. They're going to be permitted to play some Dota, but let's see if they're able to hold on in the early game on the side of 5 men, or if they're going to be overwhelmed.
We got pretty good chemistry.
Rock'em Socko! We have more with that.
Well, it seems like Rich has food on the brain, but we've got food for your mind here with Lacoste. What do you think about that draft? Who do you feel like got the advantage there?
I'd go with Fly to Moon. I'm just not a big fan of the Alchemist, and throughout the history, I always had bad read on Alchemist, how strong he is.
Yeah.
I just don't.
The battle begins.
I think there's a good reason why. I don't feel like, this hero is extremely strong right now at the Fusil Blade, and then what? You feel strong, right?
Yeah.
But you're also very vulnerable to any kind of burst. I just don't feel like the hero, has his timing. He's super good in the late game, but there's other carries that just come online much faster than PL.
Yeah, definitely feels like in current meta where there is just a bunch of AoE team fight that's flying around Phantomlancer. Is a bit exposed. Speaking of all that AoE big team fight, Fly to Moon certainly have a healthy amount of it there.
Okay, so they start with the dual lanes. I don't think top lane good for 5. I think they're just gonna get dumped this lane. Against Mars and Darkville, Vengeful Spirit is not a hero that provides, any kind of a pressure in the lane. What is your Alchemist gonna do? Right click, that's it. I mean, you have a lot of minus after getting a kill on any of these heroes.
I like the fact that Flight of Moon is going to try and take advantage of this as much as possible, and picked up the Orb Venom really early from Mars. So they're just going to be full-on aggro here. And Pilot die. Pops healing south. I deny that from General.
Ace is not getting CS. He's at 4.
Not.
And once they get to level 2, I mean, they just become much, much stronger than what 5 men have. Also, I think the bottom lane is strong. Yeah,
That's gonna be dead. Pilot died. That's eventual spirit in laning phase for you right there. Just does not accomplish a whole lot.
Mid lane also doing very well for Kanka. They try to adjust the lanes, but I don't think this is what they needed to do. Like, they're just gonna lose all 3 lanes from what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah.
It could be one of those games where, you know, Alchemist is not getting farm. It feels like the game just ends 50 minutes in if he's not having great hands. The good thing about the lineup is, you know, certain maps, Puck is a very good hero against the Phantom Lancer. In Vengeful Spirit is the hero to stack the camps for Alk. But then again, you need to leave Alk solo, which means that he's just gonna die there.
Is the Kunkka versus Alchemist matchup that bad?
I'd still prefer if they just put that in it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so too. As you get level 6, you're able to just jungle and, you know, maybe your game's fine from there. Ace trying to intercept here, help Pylai die out as much as possible, but he's still going to be pinned to the trees here. Ace does get some good damage on General, but nice body blocking from Roger. And General with an early bottle pick up, but a healing salve, he's going to be able to heal up to full. You can see just early Orb of Venom and then just a ton of reach. And General has a game plan in mind, and that is attack, 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 and never stop.
This is something he did already on a couple of the heroes from the games we've seen the past few days. Just rush the bottle, keep the sustain going. He gives the bottle to his position 4 to secure the 4-minute rune if it's empty, and then gets the 5-minute rune as well. Phoenix in a bit of trouble.
Sounds up a bit, always want to fly. He wants to try and get a kill out of Jesse, and Jesse will die here. Very nicely done by the 5 position of Flight of Moon, and things just continue to go well for the CIS team. As Misery looks to be able to finish off this Phoenix, but he's actually going to die first, so always want to fly. Stacks up 2 kills in this lane for the boys of Flight of Moon.
This is already looking like a disaster. I mean, I've said it, it just hit the 2 gold lead. I mean, he wanted to get a deny. I think it was fine if he also just died before the kill, and you know, PL gets the old XP on the bottom. I don't think PL could just get a hood this game. I think it's a very good build on PL against Puck, against the Tiny. You do not want to get bursted.
Gotta watch out for that its armor comp of Wave of Terror mixed with the acid spray. But other than that, as long as he's around General, they can keep fighting. 30 and 27 and 10, 26 and 6. The CS on the cores of Flight of Moon is just looking ridiculously good. And as a result, up by 1,000 gold, and I bet they're up by a hefty amount of experience as well. It's always what a flying has. It's level 2 fire spirits, which is where you're going to start feeling really strong as this Phoenix looks to protect this bounty rune. It does manage to snatch it away from him. It will take some damage here. May actually die with the side forward. He's going to toss him up in the air. Maybe he's going to go for that bounty rune and does grab it, but the last fire spirits will ensure the kill.
So that's some solo XP for your Section 5 Phoenix, exactly what you need. You know, and PL is getting solo XP on the bottom while you're doing this stuff. Can we just check the items on PL? A casual. Okay, I'm fine with that. Also, double region in the laning stage. This is same throughout the harassment.
So we sometimes see those like full-out hooded defiances on Phantom Lancers when they're dealing with damage. Do you think this is not a game warranted? Just a casual is good enough? Is Zip? Okay, might have just been saved there by Misery and a little bit of toss. He got careful though.
Yeah, I'd still prefer if he gets the full hood. Against the Tiny, against Puck, Iron Shell, magical damage, you know, Alchemist at one point is gonna get the radiance.
Sure. Double damage top lane. They're going on to the Alchemists here. Push him back into another round of brambles. It's actually taken over by the siege wagon. If he had gotten that, so that's what General's aiming for.
Double orb of venom. Wait, what?
Does that work?
Am I missing something? I mean, even if it works, I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, that can't be worth. What?
First time seeing this. Still have very fire to work with. Always want to fly. Yeah, this is a tough one to get.
Yeah, you just...
Back to orb venom talk.
Okay. Well, what's better than one orb? Two.
Maybe one.
Yeah. Maybe he meant to grab the Moss armor. Or I could see that, you know.
I still prefer orb venom over that belt.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Jesse.
attack.
Oh, the last Fire Spirit I've always wanted to fly. He's a monster right now. This guy Bird Hero, man. He's a beast. You give him Phoenix, it's his name. He just owns.
Hero, he also, you know, killed that Tiny, even though Tiny tossed him into the air.
Yeah, that not very effective right there.
Courier has been killed.
Kill on a courier, General. Nice buy out there.
Dire's middle tower
Ace.
is under attack.
Now being forced to jungle before he even level 6. This is not a good start for him whatsoever. And he's gonna be found by Ice. They know that that's it.
Kill.
Boom. And he explodes.
Every single time you kill Alchemist, especially at this time of the game where, you know, he wants the farming, getting the stack going on, he suffers so much compared to the other heroes.
Man, it's not like Iceberg's gonna lose any farm whatsoever since he's stealing stacks while killing Alchemist. And in the meantime, Always Wanna Fly is given a free lane middle, which he's gonna have his level 6 without the tome. 10 minutes.
And every single time you see position 5 hero that is level 6 before 10-minute mark, you know he played the game well. Or your mid did not play well, and then he jungle and someone took the XP. Like, cannot play here. Okay, I'm just gonna be here taking out the XP. No both, but yeah, that should be more than enough to bring him down.
I would think so. Can hit him with it, cleave. It'll be a pretty kill. Yeah, he does hit it. And meanwhile, Misery does kill V. But the Fan Blaster does go down. A small win here for 5 men. A win that they desperately needed here in this very rough
Dire's top
phase.
tower is under attack.
That I wanted to see who find as a first item on PL. Like you, hero that can just keep putting pressure on Alchemist. Just other 4, you're extremely strong. Your team fight is there. You don't necessarily need to join fight. That's the timing of the field plate. All right, that's another big kill.
Nice combo there. You can back you for a second. Always Wanna Fly. Could have not for the Supernova.
Dire's structures are
Tiny, the Team Tiny is one of the strongest heroes and one of my favorites right now because what he can do every single stage of the game. You have a toss, so when you're defending a tier 3 tower, you can easily, you know, just change the whole game with it, and you have someone who enables you. If you're having a good early game, the surge, so you don't need the blink that early on.
Yeah, I am honestly surprised. Every time I see Tiny is not banned.
Radiant's middle tower
80% contest rate over 6% win rate. Like, come on. That's some absurd numbers he's pulled up.
They nerfed him though. Some big numbers in previous match. Move speed reduced 5. Unplayable.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, it just looks bad. You look at the time right now, 345 movement speed instead of that clean 350. You know, I want those round numbers.
Yeah. What is Skunk doing? I see.
Coming in, it's the Brambles. They were trying for this Darkseer kill, but he's just gonna run away.
Lineup is extremely bad at hitting the egg. Alchemist is doing it. Don't have enough attack speed.
Under attack.
And Moon, they expend a lot here, hoping to get a kill and take this mid tower. Without getting the kill, power seems like an objective that might be a little too difficult to take right now. We'll see.
How's Alk doing? 1,000 net worth at the moment.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, he's
top tower is under attack.
Be so far away with that Radiant, especially if they can try to kill it one more time. He only managed to die once, and there's the invis play.
Oh, here it comes, General. He spots them moving forward, ready to go. He's like, oh, come on. Okay, we'll take the stack instead. Just throw it at the wall. They do manage to get the combo. Flying away, though. He's able to get out, fix the arena. Now they're going to be able to get a 3-man feed. A bump. Door is bumped. 3 torn. A photo. Up a bit. And flop the moon. Look at it. Hot. That was some pretty action right there. Roger goes down and it's working with that chemical, which is going to be good to go. High. Be pinned up. Okay, General might be able to get that kill. Needs a couple hits. There it is. The God's Rebuke to finish him off. 8 may survive, but he watches around him die.
This is one of the best spellcasts I've seen in quite some time. I saw virtus.pro yesterday. The echo stamp, that was pretty sick, but this one, let's see one of and all of the flying still managed to get out Sync Arena and it's a 3-man prize. Wow.
It's incredible. If they manage to finish off 8 and blow that much quicker. Still trying to finish off that mid-tower though. 5 minutes. Not dead for long. The mixer just caught again. It's Ice pushing forward with his early Shadow Blade. Torrent flying, looking for Pilot Die. Managed to juke that much at least, but Ice is a little low here. Has some more charges, so the puck does not commit.
And VTune decided to go for that hood and now is getting the Diffusal Blade. He can still join team fight with the hood. He's doesn't deal much damage, don't get too much out of PL with the Diffusal Blade. Still, he can join a team fight to pressure the tower.
Yeah, especially you go this like more farm, right, with the 144. Well, don't even have that heavy nuke of the Spirit Lance to contribute. I definitely want. I think if I'm on this team, I want V2 and just focus on your farm.
Yeah.
We're like winning this game pretty hard. As long as you stay ahead of the Alk, everything will be just fine.
Kanka decided to go for this assassin build, double bracer into Shadow Blade, so he can be the one just trying to find kill him. Drum. Okay, I would prefer maybe to get a Blink Dagger on a horse, so he can set things up. They have X Mark, but combo with the Phoenix and Quillo. So if you set it up correctly, don't get me wrong, drums is still one of the best items you can get in the game.
Oh, it's a spear. Oh, General. Yeah.
Trust instincts.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
He's too
is under
busy thinking
attack.
about spamming some more. They're gonna move to the other side. Look at this. Assassin indeed. He moved between the tier 2 and tier 3, trying to catch the Alchemy somewhere in the safe lane jungle. He's not there.
Attack.
He's on the other side of the map. He'll show himself. Don't General. Tries, but Jesse has already moved his way out.
Does not have enough space for the second Orb Venom. Now in his inventory, that's a lot of gold wasted actually. He's almost 600.
Yep.
The half back.
Trying to bait out a phase shift here. Hits him with the spear. It doesn't connect. Tree. And that Jesse will TP out. You know, Jesse's not far. And they still are looking for pickoffs, and it's gonna go for the vacuum. The X marks the spot. Pull back to the boat. Doesn't make it though, and as a result, Iceberg is the proud owner of a mega streak.
Omega kill streak.
Mega kill.
That's what we call it in this league. So Alchemy is still far away from Radiance. If they manage to kill him once, recipe Roger gets the kill on Paladin. Like Paladin, they don't get too much value out of the aura, so he does not even get it. I saw 2-3-1 build.
Early EKB for the Unka. I thought maybe he would for like a heaven bird, just like up some and then have it do
Is underused. I don't know. Feels better.
Yeah, I think so too. I've been like every single time I've played, it feels good anyway. There's the what we're talking about, the arena into Supernova, which is very pretty. Prevents him from being able to escape. Hit done. And okay, always on a flying does die on his second life here. Trade off, but a tier 2 in the mid lane that's
Radiant's
very
bottom
low.
tower is under attack.
And we still have another 3.5 minutes until the second round of experience.
That reminds me of the game Navi played Alchemist and had 20-minute radiance.
Oh no, he tossed up Chesty. That wasn't what he wanted. Now the first gonna go onto the 10. Speaking of rambles, Ace actually had this one, and he quickly realizes he should not be here. Beats a focus on fire, needs his radiance.
There's still one tower standing up bottom, so a lot to gain from the map in terms of gold. Flydemoon is just gonna finish off the or in the mid first with the Phantom Lancer. He doesn't need to care too much about the damage since he went for that hood. Well, saying 20-minute radiance, it might be generous if they manage to kill him one more time.
Yeah, this is looking real questionable. I mean, we started off today watching an Alchemist get a huge lead and still lose the game. And this is literally the exact opposite. An Alchemist is tremendously far behind, and I can't imagine the outcome's going to be different. We're going to watch Ace die before he can farm up his radiance again. 9 is worth Flydemoon. And if you're 5 men, how much more are you going to take of this?
I think they understand that they're in a very bad spot right now, and I would not be surprised if they call out GG after 1 or 2 more team fights. This is the lineup that you need to snowball with the Alchemist in team. Oh, he catches him.
Zibe trying to outrun the Bedlam damage, but the Curse Crown is there to stun him up, leading into the Torrent. Goodbye, Zibe. Hello, Chessie. Looks like he's going to be trying to cut some replays because they can't farm in traditional ways. That's why they're farming inside the enemy jungle right now, because their own jungle is completely and usually warded. Oh, got a courier. Get it.
Radiant's courier has
Get
been
whatever
killed.
you can at this point. Give your Alchemist any kind of
There's another
gold.
one. There's another one. Oh. Look at him, Chessie's on the hunt, and he's got the orb for the vision. Oh, he throws it the wrong way. It's gonna fly right over him, though. He sees it for a moment. 1, blink, 2 couriers. Chessie, what a beast, what a boy. He's still gonna lose the game, though. Maybe, we'll see.
Big dive.
Is under attack.
See if 5 men can hold out here on the high ground.
Mac. Ooh, that was close.
Yeah, one more tick, and that Fire Spirit certainly would have killed him.
As I said, still tier 1 tower and tier 2 on the bottom lane. This is the area that they need to control. Look at the vision that 5 men have right now. It's 1 observer ward at the top part of the map. They don't know where Flydemoon is. And, you know, you can always just go into the Roche pit. I don't think they can be contested inside the Roche pit considering the heroes they have. Smoke.
They're gonna break the smoke. They have this fresh radiance onto the arena, actually cutting the team in half here. The 2 supports are stuck inside the arena. Supernova is on the outside here. Do they have a terrorize? It's coming in and saves it. The Supernova egg will successfully explode, and here comes the Sunray damage. Vacuum pull back into the wall though, but they don't have anything left in the tank for anybody on the side of Flydemoon. They will all seemingly survive here, as Roger still slowed down, trying to limp out. Misery does manage to get away with his blink dagger. Dodges the X torrent pretty nicely there, but another terrible fight for 5 men, as it seems like this game 1 is just written with doom.
Great positioning there from General, breaking the smoke, using arena on 2 of the heroes, and once again another great terrorize coming on top of the Phoenix. Like, they have such great heroes of defending the egg with the torrent, with the boat, you name it.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like there's a big reason why we're seeing 3 and 4 position Phoenix, and like the time of 5 position Phoenix. There aren't very many players who still like to do that. You really want the levels, and it's have a little bit of farm, but when you've got this kind of teamwork and this kind of protection, a 5 Phoenix looks perfectly fine to me.
For sure. Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't feel like that great of a Phoenix game, especially if you pick it early on and the enemy team is just like, yeah, we need to have heroes to kill the egg. We need to have Ogre, Mirana, you name it. Holy moly!
As is BKB, another 2,600 in the bank for Iceberg, so he's going to be approaching another item soon, as is our Phantom Lancer, who's looking to complete a Manta.
Structures are fortified.
And they are both 3,000 net worth plus ahead of the Alchemist. situation that should be reversed. Roger trying to go for a deny.
He buys
the ward
back
here.
instantly.
Yeah.
All right, they did not use any of the long cooldowns. Not sure that was necessary. Also, top lane's being pushed in, so someone needs to get that farm. Also, 2 bounty runes still standing there. What they can do is just X mark someone, clears the wave, and come back.
Very curious.
Yeah, coin.
Maybe Roger was just bored. He's like, ah.
Possibly, considering how this game is going. You know,
It's like, this game's boring enough when I'm actually playing. When I'm dead, it's even worse. Okay, playing some triangle. I mean, Roshan is available for Fly to Moon. They just don't have the absolute best team to do it. But seeing as they're far enough ahead, they'll start putting it to work here. They have no minus armor, right? Yeah.
Nope.
So it'll take them.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while until they kill this Roche. Not the best Roche taking lineup.
5 men is on the way. Can they get here in time? The scan's gonna go off, so they know 5 men's coming. Damage is still flowing in. The Phantom Lance is looking to finish it off. Jesse's gonna jump inside the pit while General, he's gonna make sure to connect with the Alchemist. It's gonna be all up to Jesse to try and seal with his Aegis, but he can't get it. The Terrorist on top, bumping him into the wall, chasing him away. They do have the Curse Crown on his Zibe here. He's gonna be stunned up. The Sun Ray does manage to get the wall. Misery toss back there, but it lines up into the God's Rebuke from General, who pins in the Vengeful Spirit. A dive over 2 from Always Wanna Fly, just looking to be able to slow down these heroes and catch as many as possible. Ace weaves his way back and through the brambles and does manage to get back to the safety of his base. But it won't be safe for long, as the rest of Fly to Moon with this Aegis looks very strong, very fierce, and probably ready to test their mettle on high ground.
General will have another arena because he had a king before. Alchemist, he's just gone.
Yep, the
No
swap
buyback.
comes in. He swaps in a dead body. Oh no, they couldn't even catch Always Wanna Fly. Misery tried with the Ion Shell, but there it is. You called it Lacoste. You said this team knows how far behind they are. They go for last-ditch Roshan interruption there, but Fly to Moon, just all around clean play by them.
Yeah, they had much stronger lanes. I think this one comes down to a draft, having Alchemist and Venge as your safe lane against 2 very aggressive heroes in terms of Mars, double Orb of Venom this game, for whatever reason. And
Radiant team ban.
It was an exciting thing for me to say and expose my friends to.
Oh,
And now you're laughing in
I'm
the
not
face.
laughing. I gave up on Animal Planet and Planet Earth,
Team back.
not just the planet itself, but the
Radiant
show,
team back.
because of unrealistic things.
They literally were using CGI.
Weren't.
Yeah, they were.
Don't say that.
A lot of stuff in Planet Earth was CGI.
There was an episode called Caves, and it ruined the immersion. So, who would go into a fucking cave? Not me. Not anyone saying.
Wait, maybe it was. Maybe it was just the camera. I swore.
Caves.
One of the things, all I remember was we were watching a documentary.
Our time is, thankfully, the draft panel is ready and our teams have begun. Will they have time to think about their drafts? Or are they simply too poor? We'll find out soon.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Look at those beautiful stones stacked up to make this pantheon. This pantheon made out of 100% raw, pure shungite. But you did hear from. Well, we got to keep out the negative frequencies, my man.
That's true.
That's why we stack this shit up all around to build our pantheon. But the thing that Slacks was talking about, every single time a human goes to sleep and then wakes up, is it the same person?
Remaining.
Or do we die every night in our sleep, woken up anew as a new person? Hopefully, for these teams right now, mostly inside of 5 men, their draft has just gone to sleep and waken up as a new person because they had a rough one last time, and we want to see it dead.
Yes. Indeed.
My approach to drafting has changed a lot throughout the course of this last month or so. I think what I'm watching these teams do that are losing the drafts is that the opponent is threatening something, your lineup is weak in some capacity, and your last 1 or 2 picks share the same weakness. So in this case, I'll use an example from another series, Liquid. They were against VP, where VP was threatening a lot of push early in the draft, and their last 2 picks were Storm, Void, which don't deter push at all. And they ended up getting last pick Beastmastered because they're gonna now double down on their plan, and you just get dumpstered. In the last game, I was seeing a weakness of lanes, right? That's what I was seeing from 5 men. You saw it too. We were like, they're gonna get to play Dota this game, and they last pick Al Darkseer, right? And then they just lose all the lanes.
Yeah. Those can't play Dota.
It's something where I think teams need to try to be more conscious of the free-flowing drafting state. You know, what is the state of the draft every single pick? Because this isn't something that happens in 1 pick. You know, by the time they realized it, maybe even by the end of that Alpha pick, it's already too late. I don't think the Darkseer could have been anything else to salvage that. I don't know how you feel, but I think at that point, their lanes were lost.
They like picked themselves to lose lanes, and they didn't address what they were playing against either. I mean, for that one, it was definitely just bizarre, for sure.
I don't even care if they address what they're playing against in that game, because their lanes were so bad that it doesn't matter if you have the counters.
Kind of beat yourself.
Yeah.
It's definitely important to think about. And the other thing that you do want to keep your mind on is how high the stakes really are. If they lose this game, they are going to be dropping down into the lower side of the bracket, where they're going to be playing a very tough opponent, Cyber Legacy, and a lot of great players on that team that could just easily be all over 5 men inside of that series. Kuman could be all over 5 men. Who knows? It could be a very tough matchup, but let's see if 5 men are able to get a better draft together here.
Are you trying to say anything of substance right now, or
what?
I was just curious if you're trying to
letting people know the brackets.
I was letting people know exactly where they're at. It's my job as the host to set the pace of the match.
I was wondering if that was saying anything of substance or anything about substances specifically.
Brian, I don't know what you're thinking about right now, but you need to turn those pretty little eyes onto the picks.
We have Retro Tiny. It's a very standard
Okay,
combo.
wait. It's all the folks at home are going to be curious. I'm curious as well. I've completely missed this inside joke. I believe that it has something to do with the 2 of you, Lacoste and potentially Tsunami.
It's mainly Lacoste.
It's mainly in Lacoste, I think.
But everyone who already accused them, it's now branched out.
Why why
I don't
do you
know,
keep
man.
going
Same.
at random times going?
Why not? Why not, Rich?
Okay, this is a saucy inside joke that they're not going to share with any of us. Chat, I'm right with you, being completely lost.
It's okay.
The question is, will 5 men be lost in this draft again? Because it did really feel like they were in game number 1, which is not something that I think we've seen 5 men at all. I think a lot of people saying that 5 men are potentially the strongest, if not one of the strongest teams that is left in this Divine bracket. For
sure.
Fly to Moon also, though, is going to be among these ranks. This is a very important matchup in Divine. What do you think did happen with 5 men where they kind of did get caught up with what they were doing in the draft?
I think this whole tournament, they've been all over the place with the strength of their drafts. Like, some of their drafts, I think they're kind of just throwing wet noodles against the wall and seeing if they stick or not, because sometimes they hit the nail on the head, and sometimes it looks like a last game. I think I've really never seen anywhere in between for them.
That's really good point. Yeah, five men with wet noodles, but we're also going to have this Magnus Rubik. How do you feel about this opening?
Standard so far. This is normal by their book, I would say.
It looks already like infinitely better. Like we said, like I was the whole time they were drafting that last game. I was like something's not sitting right. It just feels bizarre. It feels weird. Something's not cool. This already, right off the back, the first 2, I can tell that they can build a better draft off of this instead of having this like Venge Puck kind of style that just it can work. But with the what was the third hero that they had in between there? It was Venge Puck and no, there's another one before that.
Tiny.
Yeah, Tiny. Yeah, it just like looked weird. And then when they picked the Alk, it looked really weird because they just can't really do anything like that. These two, I feel like, have a lot more diversity with their lanes.
I feel like the Venge was when it started to get weird, right? Because they third picked Venge, and then
Things banned.
Everything was banned that you'd want to do with it. It was like talking about the Arc banned, every single thing that you mentioned, Dusa banned, everything that seemed to have gone well with the Venge just instantly got banned out. And I think that kind of shows some of the weaknesses of some of the things like Dusa that we have seen as well.
I think if you're gonna pick the Venge, you open with the pairing, or you wait till your 3rd, 4th picks. Right? Otherwise, you're at risk of just having all these options that you want to find out, which is exactly like ban literally anything.
You have to either open with pairing, or you have to know, even if they ban the worst 3 heroes that we wouldn't want them to ban, that we're still gonna get what we want based on our ban. Like, we have to have that security plan, because I think with my initial patch
10 seconds
impressions, I thought Drow was broken, right? And I realized in my pubs that I played against Venge Drow every game. Like, it was always Venge Drow. And I was like,
yep,
this shit's busted. I can't believe it. And then I watched Venge and Drow without each other. It doesn't look nearly as impressive. Yes, but I think Drow, like, self-sufficiently is a better hero. Venge, if she's not enabling somebody, her laning stage is just so bad.
Especially with Drow. I mean, Venge just breaks Drow because the way multi-shot works with doubling range, and you get agi bonuses and all this cool stuff. So definitely seems like one of those very OP kind of combos if you do get it a lot of times, especially in pubs.
Yeah, just Venge's only strength in lane is that she gives minus armor, range to somebody on the opponent team, and her core then has to hit that guy a lot. If that's not happening, then Venge in lane, like last game we saw Venge Alk. Alk's the complete opposite of that description, and then you just see the lane get completely dumped. So for people at home that are trying to learn lane duos, synergies, and what makes a support get enabled if you're trying to pick carry and your support's already pick Venge, this kind of stuff's really important to take note of.
Yeah, like even like last night too, we saw Venge Jug.
It looked terrible.
It looked abysmal. They
early
do
game
anything.
Spin, right?
Yeah,
non right-clicking people. It's just it's pretty crazy how Dota works, because it mainly gets punished in professional Dota, because if your heroes don't have that synergy, oftentimes the opponent is even more likely to have it, compared to pubs and whatnot. So you get punished for having that lack of synergy. As we see in Enchantress, it's really not against the Grimstroke early, right? You purge the Inkswell potentially in lane, but it's also just a really nice 5 to guarantee their laning stage that they also struggled in last game.
Yeah, no one deals with Enchantress, and no one can deal with creep. You have to try to block the creep camp, especially too, so you have to waste some money or waste some time constantly addressing the camp while also dealing with the lane that she also bullies in as well, even without the creep.
Batrider is banned. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bat. It's definitely
Bat's by far the best offlaner, I think. We're dealing with Enchantress. She doesn't like getting sticky like Fedman.
Yeah. Team.
And also with like the Grimstroke pairing, I think you're always gonna see those those Batriders taken out. Shadow Fiend. You guys can see the little bro pound there on the mirror up above the heroes there. Okay, I mean that's an early pick for the Shadow Fiend for Iceberg here.
It's really nice against Enchantress, but I think that's a bit of an overreaction.
It's like, got him. Got that 5 Enchantress. You know?
Is it that ludicrous that could be a 3 Shadow Fiend?
I've been contemplating people doing it, but yeah, it's pretty ludicrous.
Okay, just curious, because like the only reason I theorycraft that is just because they did pick it in response to the Enchantress, and it would be weird to pick your mid this early as a response to the 5.
Yeah, and it's, the thing is also, you just picked into Rubik and Magnus. Magnus, BKB, Piercing, Disable. If you want to get Requiem off Rubik, you always steal Requiem. So
they're leaving their carry till last, which is kind of interesting to me on the side of 5 men, because usually with this mag, you can off lane depending on the matchups, and they look like just because they see the Shadow Fiend, they want to commit the mag to most likely off lane. I don't know. Maybe they're wamboozling me as well as Flight of Moon.
Bamboozling. Look at that. Never heard of that, but have definitely heard of Venomancer. We're going to manage to see him again. How do you like this next to a pick that we haven't seen all too often in this
question.
Can you deny Venom words?
Oh. No. Serious question. You say you've never heard wamboozling, though, right? But do you understand what I mean when I say it?
Bamboozle?
Yeah. Bamboozle?
No, I'm saying though, like if I say, you know, are they wamboozling?
It's because it's an onomatopoeia in a way.
Yeah.
Like, if this was a comic book, if this was a Dota comic book, which I feel like Slacks reads, it would come and be like, Wamboozle, like in the draft, like in a chat.
But you know what that means, though, right? Like in the general connotation of what I'm going for, or does it just make no sense?
No, I think it does make sense inherently. I think it probably transcends language as well.
It's just interesting because I hear that kind of stuff and I'm like, okay, so I know maybe they don't know what that word means, but did I get the point across?
Yeah, like if I went, man, you know, this pick right here is absolute bazinga. Like everybody's gonna understand. I don't know what it means. I have no idea.
I'd have to see the pick, but then I think if I saw the pick, I'd be able to tell what he's going for.
I don't know if I would be.
I think so. I think I know what he's getting at. I know what he's getting at. Venomancer, super annoying for Enchantress. Super annoying for Mag.
Absolute bazinga of a pick.
Absolute wham bam boozling bazinga of a pick. I think what I like about Veno in this draft is that it gives them for a builder that they desperately needed, because they have a ton of damage. Their first 3 heroes are all damage, and yeah, you can say Veno piles on that damage, but I think it's more so about having a hero that takes a certain part of the map, claims it as his own, and then buys items that enable his team to do their jobs better, and also effectively disabling the opponent team from doing their jobs, as we see in Ember.
Like draft, it looks very aggressive.
Probably a Jug. I'm gonna hate it when I see it.
You think it's Jug? I think it's, yeah. I mean, Jug. I think it's gonna be Troll if it's not Jug.
Veno Ember, huh?
I don't know if they've got like really great options. I see the Sven, and that's the ones that at least stand out to me. Jug.
So here that makes sense. It's really good against Ember. It's really good against Veno, but it's like
I hate playing versus Veno. He just kills your healing ward in every fight. There's a Veno ward that just skips your healing ward every single time.
I'm used to playing against Pub Veno. They don't kill your healing ward. I could see how that would be applicable in Pro Dota, and that's why it's
very annoying
to draw, you know, direct parallels between Pubs and Pro and make sure you distinguish the two.
But you can threaten kills constantly onto that Veno in lane.
At 5 men, what is their route to victory?
I think it's way more reliable this game than it was last game. Jug is the be-all end-all critical threshold. If he hits 3 or 4 items, I think he is not going to have damage issues this game. That is a typical issue we see Jug run into. He ran into Alliance yesterday. We saw it against Timbersaw and a Void with SNY Scotty, right? And that just made it so eventually, even with the Mag and Power, he just doesn't threaten anybody. But I think if he gets 2 or 3 or 4 items, that he will carry this game. So if he can get past the early to mid game, way too much damage coming out from Flight of Moon. So it's like the Storm for the first 15-20.
I think Flight of Moon are the ones who are going to be, you know, being the dictators of place. I think I look at their draft, you know, they have a lot of enablers with that, with the tiny, they can constantly make moves around, and they have good team fight. They just have a well like synergized draft together. But I do think if they can actually get to play, Magnus actually keep this Jug farmed. Jug can actually carry the, but I do think it can be tough. There's a lot of different ways that Fly Moon can just play aggressively.
I'm going 5 in this game though.
Okay, a little bit of a bazink to round out this panel. The Fly to Moon are going to set the tempo. We already set the stage. Let's jump into game number 2.
Yeah, it's time to see if that last pick from 5 men, the Bazinga that came in, will bamboozle the opposing team. I don't know what they were talking about in the draft, honestly, but I did hear one thing, Lacoste, which was that if 5 men get to play a game, well, they certainly didn't get to play the game last time.
Oh, they for sure didn't, but they have a better draft than in the last game. I'm still not convinced. Like, seeing these 3 squishy heroes, Enchantress, I forgot the other 2. Wind Ranger, and I believe there's one more squishy hero, but we cannot see it right now, and my brain is not working that way. And so that means that it's a great tiny game. You know, he has he has someone to enable him. It's not a Darkseer this time, but it's a Grimstroke, so kind of a same thing. You know, he goes in. Once he gets a Blink Dagger, I think there's so much pressure on 5 men early on. Once again, and this is the, you know, Fly to Moon, Iceberg Classic Shadowfin. I just enjoy watching this dude play this hero.
Yeah, if he actually manages to get into... Do you think he's going to go the York route and try and blow people up? Because you said you like the tiny for that exact reason, right?
Have Ember Spirit. One of them needs to get damage, so they need to talk to each other. Like, if this game goes post 40-minute mark, they might run into some issues. What are they doing?
What's happening? What is this?
They're asserting dominance. That's it. Oh yeah, spray on them.
He put his curse here. How are you, goober?
30 seconds to back.
First time I say
They brought all their cursors out too. What a fucking boss move.
Such a baller team.
I almost feel bad.
Right now, if I was 5 men, honestly. They got us.
And they even show the items. They know that he has the Boots of Speed, Venomancer, his item build. Since he's like playing against the Juggernaut and Ench, needs to have extra movement speed just to run away from Blade Fury. Venomancer, 43 damage, no stats.
Yeah, and I always feel like I need to get as many stat items as humanly possible. Maybe that's because I'm bad and I suck at CSing, but I hate having to CS on Venomancer in the first 2 levels, man. Cannot get those Wraith hands fast enough.
What do you get for slippers?
No, not quite. I do ask for some regen, but yeah, probably at least a sloper and a circlet. Maybe 2 branches or something. Maybe the other side, the off lane for 5 minutes to be the Rubik Magnus combination, which I feel like should be able to do pretty well in the first 3 levels against this.
Yeah, Shockwave. I love that build on Mag. Gives you much more kick potential, especially Rubik. You get Cure on level 2 instead of getting Empower and just, you know, trying to get the last sets. You're going to get them eventually. Mag has insanely good attack animation. And they're running low on region. Like, always gonna fly already used to tango and the killing cell, but V-Tune is playing half HP at the moment, still CSing very nice underneath the tower.
No! Yeah, I don't think they're really gonna be able to hold on to like their level 4 V-Tune or something. Like once he's got level 2 Flame Guard might be enough for you to be able to get aggressive and like jackal up somebody, but it feels like for the most part they're just gonna get pounded by magic damage, maybe even a few cleave hits on Magnus. We'll see what kind of build it goes for after this Shockwave.
I thought they could put a point in Skewer.
Yeah, for sure. You got the telekinesis Skewer combo, right? There's this swell combination that V-Tune doesn't have available to him, but I don't
He's
think
level 2 right now. I think V-Tune's just dead.
Now they're gonna try and burst down Thibbit first, though. That dude get the first blood. That's great for V-Tune, because we said he's suffering on the region department, so they just commit. They go for a kill. They manage to get the first blood, and he'll return back with a bunch of regen now.
Yeah, he got 300 gold from that kill, and he was already dead, so pretty good deal for members. Mana, out of HP. I was mid lane in 12. 2 against 9 and 1. The problem is when Wind Ranger hits level 6, this is where she has a much greater kill potential, unless Iceberg is keeping low.
Nice for doing a good job of landing. Raids goes to the close range one. Jesse quickly back out.
He's in range with the long one.
Yeah, he's just gonna chase it out until it's up. He's got 305. He's got 15 more movement speed. But the last one, the stack ran out on the raid.
Yep.
Otherwise, it would have been a kill. Still, I mean, Jesse's still in a terrible position. He's going to have to immediately consume all the regen he can to be able to have a presence back in lane.
Jeffin already has a goal, so I want to see at least one hero fly the moon, just securing the bottle refill for that SF. Knowing how all those want to fly plays, he's not afraid to die just to refill the bottle.
Yeah. Venomancer's doing pretty well for himself, 18-3. So General doesn't have the same issues I have when it comes to CSing on that hero, apparently. He's dealing fine with the harassment, does have his own options. He can spin off the Gale, and he's got healing warp that he can lay down. As Fog talked about, it's a hiding game. When you play this matchup, you have to be able to put your healing ward out and hide it away from the Venom wards that are going to come out and try and snipe it away.
Venomancer is just so annoying to play into. Runes are spawning 5 seconds, and pushing out Chessie up the lane. There's Misery on the bottom. Alright, that would be pretty hype if somehow Sheffin managed to get it, but he called for help on the mid lane, like guys, I'm not doing well. They're gonna be
in from the other side.
Are fortified.
That's exactly what they need. They stole the rune from Shadowfiend, they managed to kill him, and I don't think they can make any kind of aggressive rotations on the bottom. Like, it's a mech and easily just skewer back, especially if he's standing closer to the tower. Raw 2 observer wards in his backpack at the moment, inventory. He's just waiting for Shadowfiend to heal him up with the bottle.
I imagine he'll start getting some river wards. Spurg was doing quite fine in this lane before. He does not want to get ganked up like that again. So maybe we'll see that vision laid out. Somewhat, maybe not. He just walks away. He's like, "Now you get a river ward for you." Okay, get one right there next to Roshan Pit. General is going to be forced to TP away, and he just doesn't bother with the spin.
Every coin helps.
Oh, very low on Juggernaut, and as you said, like, can easily kill the healing wall.
Zibe, he doesn't have his showing up. They thought they could go on to Zibe here, but Zibe turns around and just goes for the kill on a V-Tune, trying to finish him up. Misery's close, but the healing salve comes through, and Misery will not manage to kill, nor will always want to fly. And almost finish off Zibe at the same time. They're going to pull him back in, but they notice he's still in the trees, and when they finish off with a slight, always want to fly with the Fairy Fire will live for now. They'll both live on pretty much no health.
The V-Tune to use healing salve, like Rubik does not hit that hard, and he would not die. Had region and the armor underneath the tower. Also, Mag does not have cure. He has 2-2-0 build, which is questionable for me.
Yeah, again, we said we have this really nice combo, the telekinesis and skewer, but maybe he just focused on just the harassment and farming aspect. Empower gives you, time thing, but V-Tune lost his healing salve. Always on fly didn't have any regen on him, so it's not like they're doing anything while Zig was dead.
2 couriers line up with regen on the bottom. Sometimes it's really better to die.
Yeah,
especially so he brought a bottle. 2 bottles. That's what we've seen from the previous one. And they had Mars who picked it up early on after Orb. Even Zibe has bottle. Like, they understand that it's very important to bring a regen improvement. The trade war of regen kind of wins the lane. Ember Spirit a bit under-leveled for this time. They've been sharing a lot of XP. You want to die before you get a kill.
Yeah.
The dream.
You want all that solo experience. Sadly, he's not getting that. He's also not getting a ton of CS either, especially compared to the Juggernaut, who I believe was top CS. you see, Network's a little different, just as the Juggernaut probably has to spend so much on regen. Always want to fly, caught out just a bit out of position here. Yeah. I'm sure he'll be bringing some extra items for the Ember Spirit. He'll come TP in and refill the bottle as well. So
oh, I see SF with power treads. That means that he's gonna go for more of a right click hold. We're getting Heal Scepter. You don't get power tread. You just want to get Scepter as fast as possible.
Right.
You know, looking at the heroes that they have against the Juggernaut, Heal Scepter seems perfectly fine. The Link Vent Run, it definitely needs someone to actually get right-click damage if this game goes deep.
Dude, 5 men is bodying them in this bottom lane, man. They gotta find some options. This is getting a little ridiculous.
I think you can make Venomance on top, just rotate the Tiny.
Yeah. Yeah, Venomance just getting into that territory where it spams out wards and it becomes very difficult to fight into him.
Wow, look at that ward. He cannot find it.
Yep, that's the hiding game they were talking about.
It's still one of the best tier 1 items you can get on Shadow Fiend. Faded, which extra movement speed, mana pull.
His power is under right now, but this damn health there. He didn't really want to take any damage. Man's up now. And goes down the creep with all 5 men still hovering around this territory here. Searching for observer wards. The truth is, it's just always want to fly sitting there on the ground watching ball.
Dire's top tower
Haven't
is
seen
under
much of a Roger. 0-0-0 on Tiny. I mean, he can't gank mid lane. It's very hard. Vindra is just gonna outrun you at one point in Vindra. But the bottom lane, like, he could have Venomancer solo on the top lane a bit earlier. Boot of travel Venomancer. That's an investment.
Yeah, and it also leaves him very, very squishy. And this Juggernaut has on the and spin, so if they do manage to get past all of wards and get on top of this Venomancer, he's gonna get popped pretty quickly. And that's successful farming he's doing in the top lane, maybe not. Bottom lane, he managed to finally get a kill here on Dibe. Double damage Iceberg with Roger. They're closing on the track. Enchant is dispelled. Double damage. They're going to toss him over. And base, that'll be the kill on a high die. Securing the back rune. And supports of 5 men. Haste away. Always want to fly. Haste rune. Perfectly timed.
I'm not sure about this Boots of Travel Venom. It just feels like you spent 2,000 gold on nothing. Like, okay, you're gonna save some because you're not gonna be using money to buy TP throughout the whole game. But still, what is the time you're looking for?
It's very different than a Bat Rider. And the Bat Rider uses his Boots of Travel to be able to aggressively move around the map. His excess movement speed allows him to close in on enemies and get the lasso. Like, the Venomancer is like, you kind of just hold out in a lane. And maybe you're going to TP to, like, defend against a tower push or something, but...
You still do that with a TP.
Yeah, you could just use TP scrolls. You don't need a Boots of Travel to do that. I don't know, man. Roger, he's going to be maybe gifted on him, or maybe not. Didn't do quite enough damage. Sick. And, well, that's focus fire. It's a menace. That shot will make sure that Iceberg doesn't get too much there.
Bottom lane, they managed to kill Twilight Die with the Grimstroke ulti. Usually you don't see Grimstroke get the early point in blood.
RP does eat the tower, but V-Tune, he's fine. He's gonna be, that damage up.
Ooh, nice shackle. Has 15 seconds, they see it, they want to go for it. Plus a Fairy Fire. Well, maybe Venomancer, you know, with all the trap actions, the men just want to travel.
Top tower is under attack.
Well, here he is, all the way from top to bottom. And his top lane is under assault. Roger's here to try and
for that heal
go for it. Tosses him up, ace, full combo damage here, and it's just a TP of V-Tune, that aggression that was towards him.
Jesse, just a casual javelin going into BKB. there's a ton of magical damage. Everything they have pretty much magical, so
yeah,
I keep it itemized properly.
This will be a combo you can just man up on the SF every single time. If you ever get on top of focus fire pop EKB win run, can I do to you? A whole lot. Well, he can go invisible. That's what he can do. Went for Shadow Blade. No! Still gonna have some of that potential to surprise people, move around, gank, and blow them up. But as you said, very much a right-click build that he is pushing into. Smoke here, Pylai die, gonna join chasing the mid lane, smoke and rotate to block. Currently we have Rubik trying to push that in. They do have that first Shadow Blade. Nicely done.
Doesn't even waiting for it. That's Shadow Blade. They're gonna put pressure on both top and mid at the same time. Where's that Venomancer? I won't see him travel back to the bottom lane, defend the tower. Right now he's just sitting in a triangle. They have a ton of magical damage. He's just looking for Veil this game. You know? It's like watching Jack Chen, aka KBBQ, playing Venomancer.
Remember when Jack got up to like or something like that. Closing on 6K just because the Venomancer spamming. And a Midas for the Juggernaut. He already had the Magnet, so I wasn't sure he was actually going to get that farm accelerator, but apparently he feels it's necessary.
What if he gets a Battle Fury after Hand of Midas? The game just explodes. 1300 GP Juggernaut. Never happened before.
He'll be the least impactful 15-minute Juggernaut and the most farmed 50-minute Juggernaut.
Camps C5 on Fly to Moon, 1E7 on 5 men. So pretty even. This is not Team Liquid, where one team has 3 and the Team Liquid on the side has like a 7. And you steal frames as Ruby feels good. It's one of the matchups I want to play into. Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
tune. Pulling the creep away at the side here. While the Venomancer continues to chip away at that mid tower. It's up to 5 men to get some sort of response here. They need to be able to find the initiation. They're going to first go with the boundary. That holds up, doesn't actually launch the D2. It's a boundary run and looks to get out. Ace on the other side of things. He's going to jump away to his remnant before a could catch him.
Just saw 5 members of 5 men. Block dagger, they're farming main, bot, and top at the same time. So this is where it's all different. Like right now, 5 men is just outplaying them. Well, you know, I'm not a big fan of it, but there's also some couple of good sides to it. You know, he it anyway. One thing I'm worried about is they don't have any abilities that go through magic immunity, so this is something that they're gonna struggle against. On side of Fly to Moon, he kills the sentry horde. They try to block the camps.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Where are you going?
Get over, running into Pylai die with the enchant. Well, he shouldn't live because Roger should be able to finish off the kill, but I think they really want this Magnus. That's what Roger's heading for. And they might just be able to get him put on being swell. Roger catches him inside the avalanche. A nice chain stun combination. Zibe. All right, that was quite greedy, and he does pay the price.
So they are optimizing for what I mentioned that they lack. Straight up physical damage. Ember drums into Desolator, and Shadowfin also going for a right-click build, so there's going to be a lot of minus armor coming on from Shadowfin's Aura, Deso, and they also need some tower damage, so one of the reasons why they're going for it. Every single time I see Ember Spirit on one side, the first thing that comes to my mind, you need to have a hero that deals tower damage.
Radiant's top tower is under
Mid tower deny range, still Fly to Moon.
Midas.
They're all running over here.
They got the denied.
Has been denied.
Gets the deny, now go use that Midas.
Iceberg going all in on the damage. I believe that's MKB queued up. Just needs the Demon Edge to finish it off.
Okay, you're dead. Roger, don't get too close or you'll be dead too. Always want to fly. That's just one of those, you know, 5-position deaths. You kind of have to run around in the enemy jungle sometime. Oh, shackle shot. Is that an invisible chassis catching this V-tune? And that was a really big kill.
Good spell casting, everything on point. Just stun locked him. And the Misery Steel Slight, not the best spell, but something they needed just to finish him off. Roger Hutton. Van Ward. Oh, get that, Roger!
The Ward picked it up. Pylon dies to that instead.
Imagine Tiny with the craggy coat. Level 18 trying to hit.
Did you see that? That was actually a clip that was on Reddit at some point. It was really funny. Roger. Find another ward. This is 5 men. The map's getting a little closed off here. The only saving grace is that they did manage to take this top tower, but it's not the easiest area to really push in and feel good about.
So Windranger is ready to go. BKB, Javelin, Growbow, extra magic damage. They need to smoke and try to make stuff happen now.
Yeah, he's 3,000 net worth behind this Shadow Fiend, so Windranger ultimately, she's a killer, not a farmer. So she's got to go out there, shut down this SF.
I would like Jesse just picks up dust for himself. He's the one who can kill the Shadow Fiend, and he brings it. Yeah, I'm loving it. Because you understand, like, there's no other hero that can just come into the back line where Shadow Fiend is going to be standing and go full force. Or just use a dust. Like, they don't have that close yet. Magnus not going for Blink Dagger from what I saw. I'm playing into Venom Fencer, just tanking up. Getting good. That
Manning the triangle, the on top of the illusions right next to the Antivision. They look to be able to blow up Zippy right away. Look, they got Rod. He's going to be the turnaround kill here. The Soul Bond keeping Chessie and Ace together, focused on the same target. Beat going to be slowed down by the Enchant. He's playing the edges of this fight. Oh no! Oh, Iceberg. He's still in trouble though. He's not the other for this minute there. He will manage to finish him off. And we damage in the fear, push some of these heroes, but 5 men were more than capable sitting through all of it. Thanks in big part to Jesse. And that great shackles now. D-Tune's got to get out of here. Shit, fine.
Regeneration. They need Captain to have good vision where he's fighting. They need so he can get a good ulti off. Otherwise, you know, this is gonna get on top of him, especially if he's standing in the front lines. I think Chapstick needs to be more careful about it. They mag out first, but Tiny, he needs a defensive item. Like, they need to take care of him because he's gonna get only one combo off, and you wanna save the Tiny. So he goes in and out a couple times in a team fight. That's a full death of Ember Spirit right now, so that's gonna help out with some right-click issues that they're having right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I saw the Juggernaut. As soon as he spins, nobody can touch him on the fly to moon. So physical damage upgrade will help. Will it be enough though? Roger gets in, stays in front of Zippe. I don't think you want to do that though, Roger. You just on the triangle, and 5 men, they've shown that they're more than willing to take any engagement around that. They managed to pick up the Death Sitter just before the courier died, at least.
Philosopher's Stone was picked up by Fly to Moon. I just want to see who's lit. Like, if it's Grimstroke.
Under attack.
Yeah, it's Grimstroke. One of the items that you can go for in the Ford when you're playing position 5 Grimstroke with the Fillet is, especially when there's like this hard right clicker on the enemy team, like a Jug.
Yeah.
I don't think you need a Glimmer Cape. You already have Shadow Fiend with the Invis, full MKB on him. He's very squishy. He no damage, but you know, he goes down quickly. One Jug ulti, he's done. One Ranger ulti with the BKB and dust, he's gone.
Hey, doing Roshan is a good way to solve your squishiness, but that's only if you can actually get here. The rest of the 5 men, you knew they were in the Roshan pit, and I thought they were actually going to make a move over, but no, they just let them have it. Had a successful scan inside the pit.
Radiant's middle tower
Optifarm. Yeah, you managed to take mid tower during that time. The Enchantress creep blast.
This is something that I like to see whenever I have Vampire Fangs on team or myself. You just keep it in the back. I really like the item to just, you know, hack on a hero. It's very specific. But if you're farming half HP, you just put it in, heal up.
Repeat as V2 tries to get in there and is soon silent. He made it soul by silence for the physical damage from this Juggernaut. It's so much. V2 finally does get on the slash though. And Commitment to be able to bring down one hero, but it looks like Commitment on the other side, they actually managed to bring down Iceberg's Aegis in exchange for Chessie's time. But now Roger's gonna be to come in. He has back up on 8. That extra movement speed talent means he is cruising.
They cannot catch him. They have no lockdown that goes through Magic Immunity. And this is a fast Aegis gone on 5 Moon. Still not Chessy. Alright, so big target. Didn't even pop. I want to see what's his next item gonna be. I mean, he can get something like SY, just go full Satanic.
Sure. Something to tank up a little bit more, right?
So, Satanic.
What would you think about like a Scotty?
Sure, as the item after this, I'm down for it.
Just another big stat item. The Iceberg doesn't feel super comfortable going into a high ground to stumble to a wolf entry combination. He is a hard carry after all in this setup, especially with V2 being the most underfarmed core on their side. Is ranked between the Magnus and Wind Ranger in net worth, which is not the greatest place to be.
This is the problem with the Tiny. You get every single time. He's not like gonna get the second item.
Oh, it's on fly. It's quick event. I have watched them play this same area and a number of times now. They seem really to control that triangle, which I imagine has to do with the fact that they're facing up against Juggernaut with a Magnus. They want to take away those ancients, but I feel like they're giving away more fun than they're taking Lacoste.
Oh, for sure. I think this is the mistake that we've done already 3 times. The Philosopher's Stone, if you're Tiny not having a good time, you can share it until he gets his second item, and he gives it back to you. But I saw Fly, was on a Fly, queuing up Aghanim Scepter, so love it.
Speaking of Scotty's, he's going to be building a Scotty here. Always good. Melee versus ranged core, to be able to have something like that stick on top of people. Iceberg putting in some serious damage to the tier 2 top lane. Another 5 minutes until we have that 30-minute outpost experience time. So, as Flight and Moon are the ones who've been trying to control this game a little bit more, it would be nice to take, but much damage has sort of bled away. 5 men are only down by 1,000 net worth now. He's closing in on MKB of his own.
No next Roach for 4 minutes because they lost that Aegis so quickly. Venomancer, you know, he's the guy that builds any of item you want. It always feels good. Oh, you're getting Meg, nice. For the team, you're getting Veil, you're getting a 4-staff, Solar Crest, Lotus Orb, you name it. Anything you buy on this hero just feels good. I think there's a hero, I think similar to Venomancer, that do the same thing with the items. Like, you didn't more Venomancer for going for the correct item ever.
Right. Like, even 4-staff feels good on him because he's built to a Hurricane Pike you want.
Veil?
Yeah, he's getting off the Veil. He's anyways, you might as well do as much damage as possible because the team is coming in. They have double damage on Iceberg here. Getting into position, trying to 3-shot Chessy. Only gets 2 shots though. And now he's the Omni/Slash Roger, blinking in and taking away from Iceberg. Very kind of him, but Iceberg is still struggling to be able to get the last hits on this kill. Zippe had 1 hit left. Speed out. Buyback being extended here by Roger, and it feels like Flight and Moon, they're like, we gotta go. But
what's what are they doing? That's the question. I feel like Roger switch the hotkey on the buyback. He used it in the previous game with Dark Willow for no reason. Like, they're not getting anything out of this.
Well, there may be. Oh,
there it is. That's it.
It's going to be back down. Roster's in trouble. This could die back for him. Fortunately, Line actually catching the two of them chained up as well. Double stealth and DRB from Bay. Do they have damage to pull through with the skewer back in towards Ace? Ace wants to away from Iceberg here. Iceberg, let him move that up. Very low, but gives the satanic up, and all of a sudden he's full health. That is why Ace was scared of that guy. Nickel shot, nicely done by Chess, but I'm not sure if he can commit. Ninja's gonna try and flip out. There goes the ultimate, stolen away by Misery Used to help bring down Iceberg, and now they're gonna catch General as well. Ace sticking on. The nickel shot doesn't quite turn to General, but it doesn't really matter, because how could General possibly get out of this situation? He's winning what he can, but counter ward blocked by Misery, who continues to show some pretty good work on this Rubik.
That was a blink reveal for Mag. He had a hood, so you do not have a good either. He's going for full Guardian Greaves. He was staying off the map and just farming up. Eventually, even though you're playing against the Venom, you need to get the Blink Dagger. Once you get, like, you see power of full shot compared to Juggernaut. This Juggernaut is a huge problem. Like, we can see he did not die a single time because they have no abilities that pierce through magic immunity. So you just spin off.
Yeah. Especially with that extra 100 movement speed when you spin. He's so easily able to get out. This is certainly going to be really problematic for flying movements. It feels like Ace is just going to single-handedly carry some of the late game for them with this power. And Flight Moon, they've been scrambling to take control of this mid game, but just hasn't been working. They keep on. Kills will slip through their hands. They lose some team fights as they continue to try and fight into some areas. Too good for the telekinesis. They have the follow-up. Misery. Sorry, Roger with the big stake toss. During telekinesis.
This is one of the best heroes at the moment. You can always do stuff with the tiny. Surprisingly, Iceberg's keeping up with this empowered Hand of My Juggernaut, just 1,000 gold difference. But, you know, when you compare these two heroes, what they're doing in the game right now, I think everyone would just choose Juggernaut over SF.
Yeah. Iceberg is going to be working towards a Daedalus. Again, just trying to max out his physical damage, but he just won't. I don't think he'll ever catch that Juggernaut again when it comes to net worth.
You're playing Jug and Mag, but I still feel like you need to have a big KP. You have some status resistance coming up from a tank, but one Jackal, you're dead. One Rubik's left after you use your ulti invis.
Invisibility!
Wow, let's go ahead and say the next Roshan fight will probably be what determines the game here, but maybe not, as 5 men. They're looking for a team fight anywhere they can find it, it seems like, as they were just playing on high ground enemy triangle. Now Ace is even panning up on the tier 2. He apparently feels invincible, and I don't think his read on the game is wrong. He is very tough to bring down. They're trying to pull the creep away to prevent him from taking that tower, and backdoor protection does go up, surprisingly.
This is the big item. If I can farm it on Venomancer, Lotus Orb, just correctly, and just completely negate ulti from the Juggernaut, great against Echo, great against Rubik's Fable. This might be the item that changes things. Always
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now, when you say that way, it feels like you're close, but you're actually not.
No, you're pretty far away.
Top tower has fallen.
There's less and less farm on the map. We'll 5 men take the mid tier. Now the top one, they're just kind of sweep around. 5,000 net worth lead for them. They now have a basher.
Radiant
Paladin Sword and Vampire Fangs.
Yeah, I was about to say, get rid of the Vampire Fangs.
Dire's middle tower is
even
under attack.
Roche not dealing damage, considering how high your armor is at the moment.
Roche up in 50s, both teams. playing around the area. 5 men are the ones who feel more confident. So that's why they're just kind of standing in the enemy triangle. Fly the moon. We were going and playing the enemy. Sweep in here, but
that's the Venomancer. Venomancer broke the smoke. He used the Venom board.
Iceberg. Smoke is gonna break soon, and this ward maybe have the Enchantress that is going down quickly. And just kill him. 670 damage from Iceberg. It's a pickup.
They know exactly Banner standing 4 men right now because they took out they die. Still, it's very just climb up. They don't have anything besides a ward from Venomancer. The scout is out.
That's why the Ember Spirit's going to lead the way here and make sure they're not too grouped up. They get RP'd into an Omni Slash. They would certainly all die. Defense out, nobody nearby. Okay, let's try and do this Roshan. Let's put all this minus armor to work.
They have done minus armor. C on Ember Spirit, Solar Crest, Shadowfiend, Bora. This goes down quickly. I don't think they're going to get Shadowfiend 3 more crits and that will do it.
They're around the area, but it looks like we're just going to be too far. Roshan's down. Iceberg takes the Aegis, and she's getting over to V-Tune. A second time where 5 men, it felt like they were playing very cautious into the Roshan. Yeah. Like it almost seemed like they felt it was more important not to lose a fight around the Roshan pit. I think she's kind of like just letting Flight and control the area or take that rush.
If they want to take that fight, they have no Enchantress, but at this point, Enchantress is really not crucial winning a team fight. What's she doing at the moment? Dispelling Grimstroke, dispelling possibly Shield, you know, some of but this damage. That's pretty much it. If they wanted to go in 4 versus 5, they would have done it.
475 health on the Juggernaut. That's the talent he chose rather than the extra second of Omni Slash. Daedalus is almost done for Icebergs. He's going to be hitting really hard.
A lot of question marks here.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
A lot of question marks. This next team fight, because despite the fact that, you know, it feels like every fight that we watched lately has been 5 men absolutely dominating it. You see Fly the Moon, who pretty confident here with this Aegis that they have. She's as well. A Abyssa Blade on Ace would make things a lot
He just got it. Yeah. Completed, no buyback. Can keep doing this. They still have no Basher. Or anything that stops Jug from just spinning and TPing out. Lotus Orb completed on Venomancer. That's the big one. That's the one that I mentioned against Juggernaut ulti against the Shackle. If somehow they manage to use it and Jug uses ulti on a target, I think that's game winning.
V-Tune sticking on a Zibe here. Going for the ZP out. But the chains was back up. Oh dear.
Oh, quick charm, that's why.
Yeah.
Zibe did not add that to the mat.
Looks like they're going to try and take away the Aegis here from Iceberg, but Soulbind is going to be able to catch Misery and Chessie together in the second line of the SF. Is coming back up, but Ace, he still has his Omni Slash, so they have the vision to be able to see him. Iceberg retreating now, but the spin is about to wear out. They're looking for the chains. Don't hit it on Ace, just on the Misery. The Rubik stuck in place for a time being, but everyone is terrified of this Omni Slash, so nobody's really committing. Nobody's going in.
Tiny has a Ghost Scepter. It's very hard for them to itemize. Like, they don't have the heroes that, you know, naturally buy into anything that stops Jug from just ulting. And this is the problem. Every single time I see no BKB piercing abilities when you play against Jug, when you play against Nigma, it feels like these heroes are the strongest one in the game. And he, you know, in this one, he has empowered to just scale indefinitely. I'm really surprised how good Iceberg is playing. I mean, he still plays Shadowfiend into this tough matchup that he has. The only goal behind.
Yeah. As he's just kind of keeping his Juggernaut. And doing a good job of not falling too out of favor against a hero that should have. I mean, you've got Midas, you've got power, you have more options than Hawk. He takes a lot of damage without shackle shot. Stop the chances to move back because Ace catches Doom. Okay, the skewer back into right in front of B2. You have these disables to be able to take jump, so it's just gonna have to be always want to fly. It's a disciplined Ice, daring anybody to fight him with this full damage.
It's gonna get the spell with Enchantress.
Yeah, as soon as it does, he's gonna be skewered. He's last in the over combo for him.
Gets the tip. Manzu has some nice ARP. Curing them back. This game just falling apart for Fly the Moon.
Okay. I'm trying to get the kill on a Jesse, but he missed the toss. Jesse duked back, and I guess he was out of range or something. Three. Holding on pile, die, please.
And this is
don't let him pick.
This is something you do when you're playing against the Invoker. You want to share the Soundstrike damage. Retune, just kill the creep. If they still have a couple of creeps here, he's the only one who's alive for his team.
I can't help but thinking like Fly to Moon. Like Iceberg was all alone. You know, they weren't really playing around him. He needs everybody else to be forward. And
how are they gonna save him? They even use Lotus Orb, but I need that fight. The shackle connected into here it goes. Great setup for the RP. They try to go and Juggernaut. I don't think straight up kill him.
No. No, it's been made very apparent in this game. By the way, it's your 20, 8-0 on the Juggernaut. That's a pretty clear problem. You just cannot seem to kill some of the heroes on the enemy team.
There's no spells to steal in the game, whether you're playing against a Taki, he stole a good Requiem once, anything from Grimstroke, also cool, Vampancer, you name it. It's just a dream to begin, misery shows why.
Yeah, well, even Chet, he's only died once. Yeah, 5 men. Now I have the Aghanim Scepter on the Juggernaut, so he's even that on. He still has other options with the Slash or whatever it's called. Quick Slash. And at this point, it's looking like we're gonna be able to have a chance to even up this series. Game 3.
They even get the Princess Knife on Wind Ranger, so some cool tier 4 items.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, they're gonna smoke up.
Jesse, you already have Boots of Travel, you don't need another one.
BKB for the Ember Spirits. See, that'll make a difference, though. I am doubtful. Entirely come down. They have to be able to Lotus Orb back the Omni Slash. I think that there's the only hope. Lead off Princess Knife on a B-Team, follow up Abyssal Blade. And there's the power of the tier 4 items right there. A disable that you didn't quite expect to be so close to catching. We always want to fly Grimstroke, but no.
I believe, Cap, this game ends right here, right now. One more fight for Fly the Moon. No buyback on Ember Spirit. Just bought a full BKB. That's not the one that's gonna make a difference, even though he's playing into a lot of disables. They still have Omni Slash, Quick Slash, Abyssal Blade, RP, Divine up on Shack Fiend. Alright. All in on damage.
Radiant's middle tower.
Reminder that the winner of this series is grand finals of the Divine Vision playoffs. And if I had meant to manage to finish up these tier 4s, take the Ancient. It's the name of the game. Fly to Moon. Gotta defend that Ancient, but it feels like they just can't. The damage that Iceberg puts out sometimes can be impressive, but you can't do it for very long because there's no disables to stop Ace. He just, every single time, able to reset, spin back, and wait for it to allies to find now it's clean engagement.
No healing ward, he's of half HP.
Radiant's middle
yeah, but Greaves and Shield. Gotta get back full. Alright, what do you do if you're Shaxton right now? Do you sell the cheese? I mean, he's getting close.
That's a bad idea.
There's not enough time to farm this Divine Rapier. Sell bot. Sell cheese. Have enough if he doesn't.
I also need General out in front. I need General to get rid
They
of
know.
poison
They
at the
saw
very
shit
start.
in sent and the
Oh my goodness, they're composed. They're not defying the SF, but they will catch. Always want to fly instead, and they've cut. Yeah, they did. They got Roger as well. So both the supports.
So it's time for SF to send the courier on the enemy side shop, secret. The truck, there's no side trip anymore. What am I talking about? I'm just having, you know, memories, flashbacks of good old times. Quickie.
Quickie to finish up General. He buys second chance to be able to get off the Poison Nova. Finally, they have the Divine Rapier. Iceberg has it on the courier, I should say.
Yep, it's
making
back.
its way. Is he going to be able to break? Oh no, look at Rubik! Mystery's trying to chase it down. It cuts down into the trees.
They're trying to find it. Look at the courier.
Yeah.
With the power shot. Just trying to give the Misery to actually kill Divine Rapier.
That would have been so close if they pulled that up. Okay, Divine Rapier time.
And him on Grimstroke. All right. This is it. Do or die. He sold everything. Show Grimstroke, please. I think he sold all of his items. Yeah.
Green
That's the play.
And a scepter. And all Wizard needs.
Radiant
He's gonna do his best Gandalf impression here. That's all 5 minutes, and they shall not pass. That there will be no King 3. But now, 5 men. They're currently dealing with the Balrog in the pit, and they'll be able to take it out before the flat move gets here. Aegis Cheese. Don't know the other one.
On the ground.
Zippe. He's away. So what did they get? It was a refresher shard or
I did not see.
Aghanim's.
That's why I thought he was just gonna go straight into Ags.
Guard for chest.
Instead of Ether Lens. When you get the fillet, you have enough gold to get that Aghanim scepter. Level 25 wind rate. This was the first death of Misery. 45 minutes in. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive by 5 men as a whole. Seeing that we can now see the strength of this team up against Flight of Moon. Game 1, where they get to play. They lost the lane so hard that nothing really mattered.
It really did not feel like we're playing Dota with that kind of lineup. Full Satanic on Juggernaut, Aegis. Holding on to Illusionist for now.
Matriarch with prize.
You can backpack and more, but you can have it as your main item, and when the illusion dies, you just swap in another item.
Yeah, sure. Closest Iceberg buyback. And then it's 500, 600 gold or something. 1200. He's level 25. Doesn't matter a whole lot unless he could actually, unless they're fucking like around their ancients and he could pick up the Divine Rapier and
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
This is the last set of axes for Flight of Moon. They don't even have towers anymore. Smoke from 5 men.
yeah, giving themselves every possible advantage they could ask for as they go for this assault.
These are 2 catapult timings, so they want to go in.
Iceberg. Let's see what that damage looks like against the Juggernaut. He doesn't pop out just yet. Venom, if it's still on the Rubik, are going to get real annoying as they give some vision inside base.
That is also the item that they need.
At the same time as they got the illusion out, but instead the spin goes up from 8 to D next to the toss. The illusion itself. They look at Shimab, Roger gets right, but no, a power shot snipes him down, and they have to deal with this gigantic creep wave that's coming into them. They were going to lose their throne if they did not take their eyes off the bottom lane for a second. Now on a fly, he's going to go down. He does that buyback though, as you mentioned. Tier 3 gone. Megas.
Let's see the damage of SF. Not very impressive.
Yeah. It's going to take a lot of hits, and Ace will not stick around long enough for that to happen. Meanwhile, the ward building and building onto the tube, the shackle, preventing Iceberg getting any damage during that time. He got the illusion of both the Juggernaut as well as this win range. Ace well done quite a bit, but Black Moon, they're scared of going outside of their base.
And imagine he has enough mana to use 2 of these with the refresher.
On the flash that's bounced back, or quick slash rather, that still has the upbeat though. Now he's to go, I think, with the RP. There he goes. Oh, he actually jumped over the real, but it doesn't matter. They've got control into the SF. That's it. GG.
Yeah, the problem was they did not have anything that versus magic immunity, so Juggernaut had a complete reform in this game. It was never threatened. They almost killed him once, that was pretty much it.
All right.
Radiant team pick.
He's rock hard or what?
Do you like the tiny?
Yeah, it's a good pick. Hero. Not necessarily a fan of Roger's tiny pick. Tiny last game.
He did not. He just died. Actually, he was 0-7. I didn't think he was like complimenting his teammates really at all. I felt like he was playing like kind of solo game and jumping with his team. I felt like they had a good shot at winning the game overall, but I did feel like Five Men played better. They just played around their draft a lot stronger than Moon did. Moon did some like. I mean, maybe just because from the beginning of the game, I'm taunting up. I can't look at Brian with this eyeshadow. I can't do it right now.
He says.
I think maybe they got like a little overconfident. Of course, like you saw at the beginning of the game, they walked up and did the taunt. They put the loser spray. And they went such aggressive item builds, like Deso, AC, Ember, and then I can't even think Shadow. He went like NKB, Satanic, so full right click, very risky, kind of like high risk, high reward. Sort of cool.
My issue with the hero that scales in the lake, and we saw it yesterday, I'll compare it again, is that you want to be able to just push Omni Slash and have it be just wreaking havoc upon the opponent. There can't be a single hero on the opponent team that you see in front of you, and you can't Omni Slash them. Yesterday we saw against Void Timbersaw. Today,
I don't know if at home they realize how ridiculous Brian looks at them. Like,
I can't stop laughing from looking at him, so I have this bullet.
He looks like the bad guy in the movie. Or like the lead of a band we've listened to in the early 2000s.
I have a great point though that he was getting to. No one getting distracted by his mate. It's just like, you know, you can just straight up target someone and just, you know, they're dead. Omni Flash makes a big difference. These fragile kind of heroes, you know, this even like Ember in some situations, sure, he has like the remedy to play around.
But if he's stunned, he's gonna die. He's stunned, he'll die. Yeah. Yesterday was the Void plus Timbersaw, and it's just too hard to play Jug that way because he's not a strong enough hero to have any part of his kit be underwhelming. So right now, a last pick, 5 men, you were talking about a bit of bad play from Fly to Moon potentially. I do think their draft, the last pick Jug was way better than I've seen in the past. And Ember going physical damage build, not a terrible build for Ember, but he kind of has to go it in order to none of the heroes innately threaten Jug. I don't think SS really a damage. Jug gets to that missile point or Scotty point. SF just doesn't win that fight. So it just kind of shows when you have to go those type of items that the draft strategy overall game plan was not up to snuff.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, SF's always one of those. I just find such a wild card. Super risky hero. Just always weird. I feel like they forced it a bit there. Iceberg was just like, I'm a master tier Shadow Fiend.
I own Enchantress.
I'm gonna own 5 men and this Enchantress. So yeah. So we see the Spectre this time around, and a bit of a change up to on Flight of Moon. They go for the Oracle. Okay, so maybe they're setting themselves up to have that super carry instead of going for this dual carry kind of style. The Ember plus the Shadow. I think that they're going to set up just a plus like a TC or whatever.
All right. Kind of a bit strange. That's why SF isn't a hero. Yeah. To be honest with you, I don't think the hero itself in lane or anything like that is particularly bad. It just doesn't enable other carries like you seem to want in this play.
That's why I feel like, especially when you feel forced to go for the right click build on Shadow Fiend, it's even weirder. That's why when I do see the Shadow Fiend, he's like the support. He kind of he goes like bots, you know, some kind of style like that. When he has to go for right click, it feels weird in this meta.
What type of carry do you think that they're actually going to be looking at for here, though, on the side of Fly to Moon? You already got Dusa, Arkwood, and the TB band now. Is there anything particular that they might be setting up for?
I think they can run like an earlier phase one here. Someone just pairs with the Oracle really well.
Thinking of what I would want against Spectre. Could just go phases with. They have tiny.
Yeah, that works.
Decent against Spectre. Good hero in the patch.
Half the spell's gonna get banned, alright?
You think this is gonna be the Faces Void ban?
Because the best options, right? The Void is like the top one, right? Second options would probably be your trolls or something
like crazy is it they just go like waves Viper 2 in a row.
I actually want them to go for the Viper. Good call. I think the 5 men might actually just have to ban it.
It's not ideal against Rubik. Sure. Anti-Mage also a good candidate for countering the Spectre, but I just think from the Spectre games I've seen, she just struggles if she's not the be-all end-all carrier. When she has to set the pace of the game. She has to be on a timer, sense of urgency. You want to just sit back and the second hop's up, I kill you. When it's not, we just have to not lose the game. So you really put the onus on Spectre to make stuff happen. That's where she wants to be, and that's why Viper particularly. It's kind of like Slaughter, right? You said people were talking about earlier on in the tournament that Slaughter just makes you win the carry matchup. Against Spectre specifically, you win the carry matchup because you have a Viper. They go for the Witch Doctor. Okay. Just who is that? I made
the Doctor. Okay,
I see how it is.
I love the Doctor. I love it. I love that hero with Spectre too. I just it's so nice to lane so easy. You're just like, all right, my heal. Spectre farm, it's high regen. They go aggressive, you can get turned. Yeah, you can turn with Cask because these two heroes are very good when teams get over aggressive. Good versus the Oracle too, because you have that straight physical damage. When you do get your ult online early on, you can definitely set up for some easy kills. Even if people get well promised, you can't block the damage from the Death Lord.
I'm a bit concerned about the Witch Doctor because of what I said I might do to the Spectre, and Witch Doctor does not protect the Spectre at all. There's no save mechanic. I really think Void can almost just be locked in now.
Yeah, that's a good call, actually.
You picked your two supports. What off lane solve the problem? What in the pool we have? I don't want to go like the Venomancers, all these heroes that aren't really good at decent against Void are kind of countered by Oracle.
See the faces for it. It seems like
really good with the draft. It looks like a fist. Like you said, those saves. Nothing has to worry. They just force it. I guess they just like big dice for 0 third.
Yeah, something's gone on in the draft room talking about getting the other two cores later picks in the draft.
Yeah.
I think Void is just.
Void, you could probably get it though, right? They're probably thinking like they still get it. Yeah, they still can get it. So it's like they probably just rated this a little bit higher to have with the Void.
Yeah, maybe Iceberg like doesn't play Viper, but I feel like if you third pick Void and you're planning on picking Void at all, then you then see this fourth pick and say, okay, we had Invoker and Viper as options. Which one look better now? Because Invoker's game can be drastically better or worse based on one pick. And now they've given 5 men that information. So if they were to pick Void 4th on Flight of Moon, I would still flame the order of picks. I like the combo itself.
Definitely a reasonable thing. Now, you talk about making Invoker's game a little bit harder. What particular are you looking for 5 men to do to accomplish that task?
Just got some hero that crushes him. That can be a matchup in the mid lane.
Right now, they don't have too much wave clear on this Flight of Moon. So they elect to go for the Batrider, which is super good against Vicious Prophet in game. And it's not going to be landing against it. And it's just fine against Spectre Witch Doctor. I think as an off laner, even a mid laner, Batrider's not known for his lane dominance anymore. His sticky napalm just got nerfed so significantly. The math on it's pretty simple. It used to slow you by 70%, now it slows you by 40%. You used to have 30% turn rate, now you have 60%. They literally doubled the turn rate to get sticky napalm. You just don't win your lane anymore. So you need it to be a hero that can run around in the middle of the game in Firefly and be invincible, which so far he is. And you also want his lasso to be reliable initiation, which so far it is. They go for the Broodmother, the lane cheese, and then the Omni Knight to remove the lasso. And maybe that's even more setting up the Void pick. Omni Knight's been picked against to Void a bit. I would just be so shocked if they don't pick or ban Void here. Is there just no respect for this hero? I'm confused.
Seconds remaining.
I haven't seen it lose. Like, it's not like the nerf has noticeably affected success in Dota right now.
Nope, looks really good when there's playing versus Dota. He just saves it, but it disables. It's just a lift he has to worry about. It definitely does look good. I have to imagine they go for the ban on it.
Yeah, it definitely is that you guys have been crying out for what?
There it is.
Yeah, finally it does get banned. This has put Fly to the Moon in an awkward position. Is there anything else that they could lock in?
Sven is the other one. I don't think it's as good, but it's a good hero.
Hell yes. Oh, I've been wanting to see this hero. They don't have ways to kill the CK illusions like at all with their draft right now. right? I mean, these heroes do not kill Phantasm. They don't have AoE damage pretty much at all.
Probably gonna be Legion, right?
Save for the good
Save for the bad. Decent versus third decent for clearing. Not the best because they have Oracle.
I'm not crazy about it though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I feel like they lack damage overall in their draft if they do pick a CK. Like in the mid game, late game they'll be able to, they'll have the damage insurance. But I mean, it's the last thing that was left. Good call.
Yeah, it's one of those picks that I'm not super excited about. Similar to last game, the Jug, but it was something that solidified the lineup. Kind of checked all the boxes that were not checked yet.
But dueling to false promise too.
That's what I was saying, dude. That's what I was saying. Oracle, you're not a duel. You're more of a save and a strong winner.
Yeah.
CK. Yeah, I don't even want to believe in the CK hero. I firmly believe he's trash, even though people have been picking him a bit in pubs.
60-second cooldown on ult. 66 seconds, and you can get the Ags for your team. No, that's pretty
not buying Ags here. Yeah.
Pretty terrible in this game for his team.
Yeah, this is a close draft for me.
Yeah, the odds are heavily in favor of Flight to move with this CK. I seems excited about it. BSJ doesn't believe not even a single iota. But how do you feel about the LC? Because I feel like this is a hero that I remember on another draft panel was picked in a similar situation where it didn't seem like the duel was really going to bear any fruit. And you were just like, I don't like when you have to pick this hero and you can't fully utilize this toolkit. Do you feel the same way?
I just think that
this third game, we're going to jump right into the action.
That's right. Flight of Moon bringing back their Chaos Knight that they managed to close out the last series with. It's been picked up 12 times here in Omega League, and actually it's a 75% win rate Lacoste. Surprising, given that hero that most people think is just kind of garbage.
That's pretty high win rate for CK. I don't value that hero highly. We played as a stack against the EV Fly and his stack, and he played offlane CK. We lost. There was a lot of lag in that game. He built Aghanim Scepter, a lot of confusion, a lot of illusions. Even though in this game it carries CK, so you don't want to build Aghanim Scepter on this hero because your team just does not benefit from it just by looking at the heroes. On the other side, Speak Legion Commander, I think Panon discussed it well. This hero into Oracle, into False Promise doesn't seem too good, but laning stage should be fine against the CK, and having got the spell against the Bad Rider, I think this is what we're looking for. So it's in spoke from Fight of last time. They showed 5 heroes, 5 hitters in the mid lane. Let's see what they're planning to do in this one.
Yeah, perhaps the cockiness had gotten to them. Decided to taunt them a little bit in game 2. Ended up losing. Game 3. One of the teams is going to be heading to the finals. The other team will be knocked down to the lower bracket. It was smooth, a nice aggressive board. They're going to be able to catch somebody, and they rotate back in to catch the bounty rune.
That's a reach. Something is up. I still feel like he's gonna climb uphill and go for that bounty.
What if he does the thing where they leave the bounty for midnight or pick it up?
The ball.
It's not profit. It's not bonfire. Never mind. That would be funny though if that situation occurred though. Since that's not the case, I can't imagine Misery's not going to go for that banner. And sure enough, they're going to take that first bluff. See who they get into. The Fire's going to come in. It's not quite enough. There's very far going off, but it finally does collect the kill.
Wait a minute. Chad, I feel like Sunstrike missed because of the toss. Possible?
Yeah. It shouldn't be Bob.
If you have technology to see it one more time, I would love to see it. Because I just didn't feel like the damage was there.
Yeah, it was surprising how little damage it's out, but Bat Rider has to make his long run down to the bottom lane. He wants to keep his TP intact, the Tiny. Like the experience while gone, and presumably try and get a battle too. So this actually comes with another upside that is kind of interesting.
So they're still gonna find Invoker against the Nature's Prophet. Like Nature's Prophet just dominate this lineup. You have 2 to 4 extra units, and it's very easy for you to actually last hit. See it right now, 2 on Invoker, 4 on Nature's Prophet.
It's definitely going where Chess could take control of this game really early. Winning a lane matchup and then getting that early level 6 of nature almost guaranteed. Feels like a guarantee at this point in time, just because of so much damage. You're gonna get an opportunity to kill somebody in side lanes, if not 2 or 3 people.
Nature level 1, insane damage on the last bounces. Like you need that. A good vision, we're gonna see that. And tank production.
350 health gets tossed up. And
yeah, I'll try to hit it. Did not see the text. He wanted to.
Oh, always want to buy. They weren't supposed this lane. He gets caught out. And Minzer gets the opportunity to turn the tips around. Give a little cheeky back and forth. V-Tune trying to take advantage of his passive here and just harass the Legion Commander whenever he's got that free crate up.
Bottom lane doing well for 5 men. Even though it's not the strongest lane against the Bat Rider. General started with the boots, going for bottle once again. Spectre still has a ton of reach and bought a stick. I think Spectre's region of the laning stage is I'm not sure why she has 4.2 level 1. Yeah. If you have like an extra region from Mango, extra region, farming underneath the tower, it goes to 7.
It is kind of insane. We're gonna have a bit of pet battle here as Iceberg pulls out the whole forge here to try and get these last hits. Though he is obviously still going to be losing this laning phase. 17-9 compared to 8-2. Iceberg not happy and even giving away some extra CS. 33 goals for it, for sure. Just creep up there, done out on the Zibe. See if they have Purifying Flame pop Fairy Fire to make sure the Purifying Flames won't kill him, and he'll get a little heal as a result. Enough. Well, they actually did manage to get the force into the Chaos Knight. Not Jace, apparently.
2 poison stun on CK. He just wanted to get the kills in this fight. Reality Rift is one of the worst spells to cast, especially if they're trying to abuse the fog.
No, yeah. Animation. You just keep on going to the fog over and over again. Real annoying. Misery. He does have stick charge as well, the Fairy Fire, so I Fly got baited in once again, and he's gonna get chased down, stabbed by the Bolton, and we can see some more tips. Do it. Yes.
Misery, he saved the Fade Ball. They almost got the kill without even using it. Rod. I feel like in both of these games so far, Tiny not impressed me, at least in what Roger had to do. He had some good saves, but the early rotation from like last game, I think 7 minutes in, he had a single assist or a kill.
No, I do agree with that. It is something that every single time they pull out the Roger time, I feel like I've seen other 4 positions just be overall more successful with it.
This was nice.
We'll see, though. He doesn't necessarily have the most options, just because I'm not sure how well a gank would actually go over. He's gonna try, maybe, or just get a high ground ward here. It's actually gonna spot the Witch Doctor, who's gonna place a ward down as well, so, yeah, D-ward there, both of them know the ward is up there on the high ground, both of them will try and D-ward it accordingly.
Both Tiny and Batrider were using the bottle to refill themselves, mana, while Spectre had 2 waves of free farm. Look at the CS
Dire's middle
Prophet.
tower
He
is
has
under
same
attack.
amount of denies as Invoker had. Yes, this is the big bound.
Rapid here does a bit of damage here. Started off in the mid lane, so it wasn't the biggest news, but with the help of the two supports, they're certainly going to be able to bring down Iceberg. The Sun launch that find Misery. Roger. Not really having an opening here to go on anybody, really, because of the strength and the damage. There's represented by Chelsea, and they may just be able to get this mid-tier 1 tower nice and early.
Legion Commander on the top. I would love to see Ziba just having 1 point in the attack for some extra Legion dispelling things. How low is the tower? It's dropping very low, but Nature's Prophet TP out. They still get the tower.
Iceberg trying to go for the deny there, but misses. And a mid tower taken by 6.5 minutes in. It always kind of ridiculous when this mid Nature's Prophet is able to pull this off, but we've seen some Nature's Prophet games where they do take that mid tower, then they take the safe lane tower. Ooh, Sunbreak. Wow. That's a close call. Bat Rider in some trouble here, does not have the Firefly, so he's going to be blocked up by the tree. It's more tipping coming on.
We expected this game to, be more even, but the games that they played were kind of stomps, and I think this might be another one. Spectre completely free farming. They already managed to take the tier 1 tower, which allows Nature's Prophet to play aggressively on the side lanes. And look at where the lane stand for 5 men. Spectre just falling underneath the tower constantly. Oh, this is a great item, especially when you have Rubik. Like, you might give it to your Nature's Prophet. He gets the extra damage, but, if you want to keep it greedy, your position for the mana replenish.
Yeah, the stats on that item are pretty insane. V2, there's the hit. Half his health gone from one spell. Always want to fly.
Duel is up.
Tries to heal him up, but instead he's subject. The duel is going to be won pretty easily. Yeah, 2 kills here on the top, and now we're going to see that tower push. Meanwhile, they have to make this work. Ace needs to die. They hold it. Let's get the Sunstrike. He pops the Fairy Fire, turns around, kills her. He's going to be able to stay alive and kill somebody. This is terrible. Lacoste, Flight of Moon is losing every single lane. Every single time we cut the screen, go to somebody in Flight of Moon, they're dying or losing their lane.
And Spectre did not die. That's a pretty big deal. They used everything they had and still did not manage to kill. Now they're gonna have a tier 1 tower on the top lane, so everyone gets the gold. Spectre still has ulti up, so global presence is there. Duel into Nature's Prophet TP, Rat of Nature should be able to bring down anyone. What is his level? Probably level 4 at the moment.
Not a super high level. Raj, the strike's gonna come in this time. They will get the kill on Zibe, and Iceberg certainly needs that kind of recovery. But it's a pretty heavy rotation, and the damage is already done. They've lost a lot of map control with those towers down, and Orchid's gonna be coming in very quickly for Chessie at this rate. This is one of those classic general here. But he is having a laning phase, can't even deal with the support that's sitting in lane, who sets it up for maybe the Spectre to collect this kill. He's going to jump in, make sure to finish general, get the experience for it. Now level 7. Second highest net worth is well tossed up. 3 stuck inside of this Sunstrike will take the damage, but he's taking enough thanks to, I mean, look at he's got so many items already. Arcane Boots, full on Magic Wand complete, the circlet on top of that. I think he might have had a raindrop.
Yeah, I believe a raindrop. Especially when I put against Tiny, this is an item that you need to buy. Oh, what a hero.
Yeah, this is going to be the turn the whole game around. General has not had the greatest start, and Iceberg, well, he lost his tower super early. He's also going to need just time to build up. Roger, probably going to watch him die here. They only need like 1 break, and I think that's enough.
Nature's Prophet now keeping that Arcane Ring, extra damage, like he needs mana on the hero. And just armor and damage. Still one of the best tier 1 items at the moment. I think they also early. Yeah, he's also here with benefit. So your offlaner's like, yeah, I'm picking that one up.
Zip. Trying to run away here. Oh, that nature doing so much damage. Zip sees a lot of low health heroes, but no allies around. Looks like General will be saved by the Oracle.
Also, this is into Witch Doctor. There's going to be time bounces involved. Is there ever a game where you say, yeah, this is such an awesome CK game, and wish I had it in my team?
Yeah, it's like when there's literally no AoE whatsoever. And you have to win your laning phase. I think that's incredibly important for the hero because he's inherent abilities that still allow you to win the laning phase. I mean, he's got this passive that lets you crit and lifesteal off of it. It's like made for destroying offlaners.
What about Phantom Lance, right? I feel like he's just a better version of a hero if you need someone that has illusions and the enemy team has nothing. So Orchid, 11 minutes in, there's smoke.
It's Phantom Lancer. It feels like he gets his tank, his Chaos Knight, the time because he's a good farmer and he gets that early heart or Scotty or something. Spectre has a hand of Midas, so the hero that is second farthest ahead will probably stay ahead. Though Misery will stay dead.
No, this time.
Yeah, Pink Planet Moon. No, that's not a bragging point right there. And they're taunting of 5 men in trouble a couple times now. Wrath of Nature to finish him off, or yeah, there it is. The orb does it.
5 men, very good at math. Not even going for kill then. We'll get such a sick timing, Spectre. Look at how tanky she is. The Iron with 3 magic ones still has Hand of Midas. Like you want this hero to hit level 20, extra HP, level 25, dispersion. Try to get the last hit, but just says no. I'm the one who controls the games for. And yeah, I see Legion that are queuing up a blue dagger, means that, you know, he wants to be able to jump into a fight, even though it's not the greatest game, because he's playing into Oracle's Fortune's End, but Oracle is level 5, so it doesn't even matter at the moment. And they have global presence, so you can get kills and double damages.
Just gonna watch both teams kind of farming up. Pilot and Misery will go on a smoke mission here, most get wards down, but they see an opportunity to catch General here. They can just easily bring in either the Spectre or the Fury on the Spectre. Gonna hold off on that ultimate. And boys, okay, I was gonna go for it. General doesn't have Firefly anymore, so he's just gonna be kind of stuck here in the breeze. Lay out the Death Ward, immediately canceled by the Avalanche. General will eventually die here. And Black Moon, even though they brought everybody here, they feel comfortable fighting into 5, probably for the same as 6,000 net worth.
Black Moon can't take a fight right now. They're so far behind. You have Hand of Midas on Invoker, you have virtus.pro on a Batrider, so that's a lot of gold. I'm not gonna say wasted, but used for not fighting items.
See Armlet, he's gonna have to do some serious Armlet toggling to survive through this one. I just don't think he's gonna be able to pull it off. Surrounded by 5 heroes. What is the Chaos Knight that far up with no tier 1 tower for anybody to TP to, with TPs having expended as well?
It's because you're so strong, so you don't feel pressured when you're, you know, pushing enemy 1 tower with no backup. Usually he's the one who can 1 versus 5, 15 minutes in. I'm just kidding, I really dislike the hero. Also, Roger, he needs a Blood Dagger. I mean, they still have a Sunstrike, so the combo is pretty good, especially with the Batrider TPing in to give some extra damage, but he needs a Blink Dagger.
The Moon may have been kind of false sense of security. Won that Chaos Knight against Skeleton in Pajamas, a very big kill indeed. Though it is a kill streak being given over to always want to fly. A really nice paralyzing pass with the Wrath of Nature. General's going to be saved here, but he's already taken so much. He's going to try and TP back, but they're duel him to stop that TP. And as soon as the false promise is dead, he'll pop and you get duel. second win now for Zibe. Our analyst said that he wasn't supposed to be winning any duel. Goes to show how far ahead 5 million is right now and how they are just winning fights that you probably would not have expected them to win.
It was a full duration level 4 Maledict ulti, so that's a guaranteed duel, and he's also going back for Hand of Midas. It feels like their understanding of the game is they can't take the slate, like they don't have the heroes, they're not afraid, so we're still so bad, but we can also take the late game. We sector we have this Legion Commander, our heroes are gonna scale, and on the other side we have CK.
Never feels good that the two cores farming on the same side of the map. Looking at some of their heroes that they had last time, so they had Chaos Knight, Grimstroke. Okay.
That's much better. Yeah, that's
actually a really impressive like duo. It constantly is able to get forced in fights, and nice initiation here. That's exactly who you want to catch. The Oracle from third duel win for Zibe, and Chaos Bolt as well. And then the other hero they replaced, they had the Venom Rider here compared to the Venom After last time. You know, I don't think is necessarily better one way or another. It's just General's lane not go as well as it really should have. I mean, he's up against a Spectre. Like, that cannot be a lane that you lose, I think.
True. I don't like the optimization of Flight of Moon in this game. 2 boots of travel, you're losing the late game. You still want to take a fight. Right now, like, Misery is extremely far. Misery is 11 out of 50 kills.
Turns down, gets off a second Chaos Bolt. It's over. He's a dual catch. Zibe's going to be able to win another duel. Roger trying to get it up, but he's cut down by a dagger from Maze. And now V2's been go up this river, and he's lost his Phantasms, and now he's going to lose his hero as well. Not even able to chase down Misery. It's looking like Zibe. Look at the body blocks. They're trying to save their support. They're trying to save their captain.
Armlet toggling.
They managed to do the Master Armlet toggle so well here. The dagger's going to slow him down. The Nature's Prophet is going to cut him off and eventually die. That is wipe. 2 supports for 5 on the side of Flight of Moon.
They have to Hand of Midas, and you still want to take a fight into a team that was almost 10k old ahead. Maybe they just don't have a read on the game, how far behind they are.
Yeah, maybe.
And like by itemizing, well, useless items, but you know, your late game is 20% of what 5 men. You don't want to take a fight right now. This game's just gonna snowball for 5 men. Another duel.
Planting the GG branch maybe on top of Bat Rider's corpse, and they're just gonna smoke up and immediately flying him again and again and again. Don't stop. Get it, get it. Double damage for this.
What is that song? Don't stop, get it, get it. It's an old school.
Yeah, it is. It
rings a bell.
I'm glad you picked it up on it. Roger. This Sun hit. They get that. In the duel? They do. Man, he's gotten so much damage now. What are we at? What are we at?
50.
Yeah, 60.
Yeah. This is why I don't like Boots of Travel Hand Midas. You don't have any way of dispelling. If you get something like a Scepter, you can save people in duel, and you have a way of dispelling things.
You know Ace is really comfortable in this game. If you click back on doing Hand Midas, Yacht, and he's going back for the Radiance.
Yeah, that just shows dominance. Yeah. For this kind of build, you know.
He's going Hand Midas too! What is this?
Both Hand of Midas is not being used.
I almost feel like this Hand of Midas just show. He's just, you know, show it off to Flight Moon and say, hey, you know we're owning you now with the Hand of Midas, and it's only gonna get worse.
Now look at this golden chains around my neck.
I got that bling, son.
I just don't see the way Flight of Moon comes back to the game. I know we're supposed to hype it up as much as we can, but this one, you know, just
He's gonna be chased down. The ultimate bouncing around the illusions and don't know which one's real. There will quickly realize as soon as Ace actually claims V2. GG callable. Okay, that was a great game of Dota. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, I try to pipe it up, and they call GG 20 seconds out. GG with the smiley, Jesse says.
GG smile.
Well, way too greedy build. Way too greedy heroes. Explain to me, Cat, how did CK had 75% win rate in tournament so far?
Well,
but are you still watching the Pro Dota?
Yes, I'm watching a little bit. I find it somewhat interesting to see how the game develops, because honestly, Dota doesn't really change that much over time. I mean, I started playing Dota since like 10 years ago, and there's still like similar players and similar drafts and kind of similar themes on how you play the game, because it's kind of a puzzle that people kind of figured out a way, but then it keeps changing, so they have to reinvent the same stuff that they figured out back then.
Be honest, if Earth Spirit gets buff, are you coming back?
Okay, chill.
5 seconds remaining.
He just laughs. That's very concerning.
That is not a confirm nor denial.
I mean, I feel like I know you very well. I was helping out with TI content.
Exactly.
Yes, and I saw a lot of replays from you, or a lot of in-game chat from you. And out of all the players in the booths for the last 2 to 3 TIs, you're one of the only people that's a real goddamn sicko. He's the only one that would chase someone down laughing as he murdered them over and over, and then laughing about it afterwards, and then immediately saying, "I'm gonna go kill them again," and laughing again. You're a nightmare, sir. You're terrifying, and I'm glad that you're out.
I'm very glad I could do this in video game instead of getting it somewhere else.
Okay, all right, outlet.
On that note, let's head over to the draft. I believe Derek will go with the camera to the draft. Pantheon, thank you for answering our questions, Derek. So we hope to hear more of you on the non-psychopath type. Thank you.
Thank God he's gone. What the hell? It's terrifying.
Normally.
He really is.
OG's turn to ban.
Dark sea.
I don't know what they're talking about. I want someone with that killer instinct on my panel joining me with Kikov and Lizard. Jerax, I know you said that you haven't played since August, but let me just test your knowledge real quick. Do you know what an outpost is by any chance? Are you still here? That's another question.
Jerax?
Hello?
Hello?
I cannot hear anything, sorry.
Can you hear us now?
I'm gonna keep talking until you say something, because I can hear you, but apparently you can't hear us.
Yeah, so let's just analyze the first 4 picks until the man can hear us. The man that actually everyone wants to listen to, and not 3 of us fools. But we have Wisp and Tiny on one side, we have Rubik, and the Darks here opened up on Nigma. And Nigma, man, out of the last 10 games, they always open up with either Venge, Rubik, or Phoenix. They don't really stray away from that. They also have this Darks here to work with. But even though they pick their comfort zone, there is Wisp Tiny on OG.
Yeah, I think coming into the series, when you look at GH's hero pool, he's only pretty much played 2 heroes this entire tournament so far, that being Rubik and Phoenix. Interesting enough, when OG entered this tournament, they instantly whipped out the IO carry, and it scared so many teams to automatically ban it. So the fact that Nigma let it through, they've clearly been, like, they've got a plan ahead of them, I think. So it's an interesting draft so far.
All right, Jax, we can see you now. You hear us as well.
I think
yes, wonderfully. Perfectly fine right now.
So then let me rephrase my question, which again, there's going to be a slight latency because we're doing everything remotely, so don't hesitate to just talk over us. We will shut our mouths easily. You said you hadn't played since August, so I was curious, have you been keeping up with like neutral items, outposts, and I'm sure people are kind of curious what your views on those new mechanics that were added into the game are.
So initially when they added the new items, I was very happy about it, because I think Dota has kind of progressively added like new features to the game, similar to the talent system. This is something to add on top of the whole systems, and I'm a big fan of that, because I think we kind of ended up stagnant at some point with Dota, and I think at least from a professional standpoint, I was just expecting more. So now they added the neutral items, and I'm more than happy. But well, I haven't played the game, so I'm as new to the game as they
5 seconds
have been released almost. So I've read the patch notes, but that's about it. I don't know much about it.
Jerax, after reading the patch notes, what did you Bloodseeker? Like, this hero has been dead for such a long time. He gets these incredible buffs. Your own your own team picks it, right? But it doesn't really work out that well for them. Is it execution? Is there a place for this hero? He's been banned out, so we won't see him in this game. But a peculiar topic for me.
So I read the patch notes before. I don't know what happened to Bloodseeker. I believe they buffed the blood red because I heard somebody saying it being really annoying on the lane. I think they build it like a nuker type, kind of like a playmaker, which is kind of new. And I know nothing about it. So I'm a noob. You tell me.
Yeah, scratch that question. Let's go onward. Yeah, they pretty much just do that. They build him as a nuke, as a utility. You see Veil almost picked up every single game with Greaves, and you play around the Bloodrite in the lane stage. Later on, you play around that Blood Rage. Bloodrite with Veil deals like 450 on level 4. It's pretty on a 12-second cooldown.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
I've been seeing Zai building Veil on offlane on most of the heroes, like Axe also. And I think there is something to that, I believe. Did Veil get
overall
buffed?
Overall spam is just crazy because it got changed from just like magic to all spell pretty much now. So
Yeah,
that's
like a year ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
Also,
the Eureka moment.
Yeah. It's the drops, I guess, being nerfed as well. And you're thinking, okay, which item do I buy? Which item do I go for next? Team Nigma, we see good old school combo, Darkseer and Clockwork. Do you think this is very strong versus what OG have got picked up right now, the Wisp, Dark Willow, and Tiny?
I mean, generally, the biggest, I could talk about IO a little bit. The biggest problem of IO is team fight, and usually Darkseer is considered very good against IO in the mid game, but on the laning stage, you're Darkseer usually. So it kind of goes, you lose the early game and you hopefully have enough to back it up the mid game with Darkseer, and that's usually the theme of the game.
10 seconds remaining.
Really interesting with OG's draft so far is Toxin's actually been playing mid Sven, by the way, guys.
Okay, so this isn't guaranteed necessarily to be an IO support now that a Sven's on the board.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. So in his pubs, he's been playing a little bit of mid Sven. He's also played some like mid Void and stuff, but that's for another day. So right now, OG aren't really kind of reveal too much because obviously again the IO could easily be 5 with the Sven, tiny mid. You could easily put IO carry. So yeah, overall I think OG's draft it's all about like unity. And look, coming into the series, a little bit of research. Team Nigma, they actually are a very traditional like 4 protect 1 style. Mind control, when you look at the overall last hits in the game, he's actually like less last hits than GH, for example. And it's all about just enabling this big kind of boss or that miracle play. On OG, on the other hand, their team, that last hits are very evenly spread between 1 to 3. 4 and 5 are somewhat sacrificed. In terms of like the deaths, OG, they die together or they kill together. There's the overall death average is within like 5. They're all so close. I think.
Yeah, but it's Team Nigma. So this is V Ranger, right? And this is Darkseer on the offlane, most likely. And if Darkseer is on the offlane, you have Sven, who just free farms under the tower. Am I wrong reading that, Jerax?
Well, so Jerax, I am curious that as a 4-position enthusiast, do you consider Wind Ranger to be on the come up? Are there any 4 positions that have impressed you recently in terms of, or any 4-position heroes that have kind of surprised you that you're like, oh wow, I didn't be played as a 4?
I mean, I think the Phoenix is kind of sneaking at least what GH is doing. I think that's something I miss from my days. But the thing is that I had a very specific role in my team back then, and I feel like if I didn't feel that role, we would probably end up in trouble. So I kind of had to play the playmaking roles most of the games. And that's how we felt most comfortable with. And I missed those like farm heavy, like you could, there was a meta with Lina, for example, where you could farm a lot, and Phoenix is one of them. Grimstroke is kind of one of them also. And yeah, I mean, I haven't really been surprised too much. I feel like there's very similar heroes. The Clockwork is kind of the more interesting one. They probably buffed him because he was absolutely garbage back then.
How much did you watch Sucks play? Do you think that he can recreate your tiny airlines if he is playing the position 4 here? Or is this
I think Sucks... Yeah, I think it's more likely Thompson, because Thompson is mainly playmaking type on this team, at least. I mean, he plays the Arc Warden for sure, but I think his role in this team is more so gonna be focused on the playmaking part, and I think Saksa is the more farm type. If you look at Yapsor, I think you're gonna see a lot of similarities how they play, and that's obviously different from what I am, and I'm very excited to see how it fits Doji and mid-1, because I think with Ana, I don't think it would have worked, but I think mid-1 is very adaptive by how he plays, and so is Thompson, so I think Saksa can make it work in this.
And we see the troll banned out by OG next. This probably does mean that. What do you think? Your Sven should be the core still here with the mid tiny, these two supports on Dark Willow and Wisp. That's how I'm looking at the OG's draft. The Team Nigma, like, their draft does not look like a mystery. Like, when you see this, you're expecting Windranger mid, this dual offlane, and they're saving their last pick for Miracle.
Which, to be fair, is kind of rare for them, because they've been first facing Miracle's heroes very frequently. These first phase anti-mages, usually against a Darkseer, but here it seems like Miracle is keeping his cards close to his chest, and yeah, that's why OG ban out the troll.
Yeah, that normally happens when they see a very clear weakness in the opening from their opponent. That's when you can instantly lock in Miracle's hero. But when you see IO Tiny, it's the flexibility for OG on these heroes. You can't really lock in a hero because OG will outplay you in the draft. So that's why they're trying to leave it to the last pick, so they can at least spend a little bit of their reserve time and work things out. So tanking pickup.
Yeah, this kind of makes the TB pick up a little bit harder as well. It hasn't been banned out. They go for the Morphling. Alright, it is a hero that's decent versus Sven, right? Overall, you can build that Skadi eventually, but Sven just comes online a little bit faster, and the way he farms, if you make enough stacks for him, this looks like a scary game for Morph.
But it's a big Morphling game with Yags. You can come sanking for the stun, the Willow for the pew 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 pew, yeah.
That's true, yeah. The Willow Ags is...
Do you actually still build Ags on Morphling though? Like,
yeah.
I haven't seen
if you have a good excuse, I think it's worthwhile, and Willow is one of those
I think mid-1 Sven, so it kind of leaves the three last heroes, and Thompson doesn't play anything else than Tiny and Dark Willow from those, and I would assume it's not a Dark Willow course, it's Tiny, so yeah. Sorry.
That's all I needed to know. If it was as simple from here as it was for you, then that works for me. As we will jump now into game number 1, a long-awaited matchup. Let's see how these two teams face off as we pass it over to our casters.
You're not going anywhere.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to OG versus Nigma. I'm Odie Pixel here with Fogged, ready to get this best of 3 underway. We've just draft for all that stuff. Of course, we'll get a big shout out to Jerax for joining the draft panel on that one. What are you looking forward to seeing from the teams here? What have we got coming out that you're sort of excited to see?
Well, I can just scrub away the heroes, and then we just put up the team names, right?
Sure. Yeah, just regardless of what these two teams pick.
Yeah, don't care about the hero picks. I think we know these teams like to play, especially when they're playing versus each other. It's going to be battling. And I think we got a lot of battling heroes, too, especially on the side of OG for the early game. Lots of stuns, tops Tiny more than likely, a lot of aggression. Yeah, this should be fun. Yeah. This should be real fun.
And coming into it, I mean, from what we've seen so far from the teams, would you consider one of the teams in a better place right now from what you've seen in this Omega League?
Where do you think
I don't know. I feel like it's just, they're kind of like, sometimes they just pop off on the side, sometimes they don't. I feel like it's, say they're kind of even. Maybe I'd give OG a little bit of a margin over, just because I feel like for Nigma they're a bit more limited on the heroes they just like straight up win on. It's Miracle anti-mage, Miracle on his super hard carry, or Weehaw on his select few heroes. While OG, I feel like they've got a little bit more of a plethora of strategies and stuff that they can play around here.
Sure.
But it's still, I think it's still just super evenly matched up. This one though, looking at OG, I like their early game aggression that they've got going on here. I do feel like Nigma are more about coming in after the laning phase in particular, right? Morphling and Darkseer, these two heroes, they take time to really ramp up and getting that power in the mid game. So I think that's the biggest thing that I'd be pretty much looking at is OG playing very hyper aggressive in the early stage. And we're seeing already with their stances in the lane, look at the way that Nigma's, you know, just posing themselves. They show the clockwork, but he knows he can't contest with bounties. Morphling, same thing. It's going to be 3 rounds for OG at the start here.
All right, yeah, there we go. I mean, look at this lane setup. GH on the support Rubik up with blind control. Darkseer at the top. Yeah, on his signature range here in the mid lane, and we'll be playing that matchup into the Topson signing.
Instant D ward there for Suxa. So this is open up a little bit of maybe some fear into Weehaw. Just, oh god, if this guy like rotates from around the side here, as we do see, like OG is one of those teams that they do like to rotate maybe a bit early on toward the mid. We'll see how the matchup ends up going here for Topson.
Yeah, and then obviously that leaves down in the bottom lane. You've got this lane of Morph supported by the clock. Dealing with the Willow and the Seb Sanking.
Looks like it could get a lot of pressure onto him as this Morphling. So one thing that Willow does provide you in laning is that very quick attack speed, and you're always with the placement there. Armin, he can soak some of the pressure, but he can be at risk of dying too. But that's kind of his job, is to eat the spell. Because if he does walk up too far, needs a stun, needs a bramble, then it'll give Miracle some space to farm. But this doesn't look like a very fun lane for Miracle at the first few levels whatsoever.
He's got to be careful how much Agi's in.
Yeah. So I do think OG themselves with 3 very strong lanes, and we said that they're going to need some time to be able to build up the power here. Darkseer versus the Sven can be a little annoying, but there's an IO backing him up. Sven should be able to farm just fine here with that extra system.
Yeah.
They get the side pulls off here. It looks like they did.
And they're blocked right here, so...
Yeah, very beneficial to Nigma, and they're going to try to be pushed off there by OG to secure at least the last hit on there in that Wildwing. And it's getting very heavily bottled by the level 2s there. They're supposed to level 1. Does have to watch how he trades versus that overcharge tether.
Yep. Bottom lane again, we're setting the harassment onto Miracle, bringing him pretty low.
Like this by Armin. Actually, like going for the cogs level when he's just going strictly for mana burn, pushing them away so that Miracle can actually walk up and farm. Still struggling though. It's just he's very low ranged. Every time he walks up, he's gonna get hit by Soxa, and he's at risk of getting stunned immediately by Sep. So he has himself at a good health margin to protect himself there.
He's got some no bombs with using it.
Yeah.
He's not going to be using it aggressively in this lane.
Has Seb skilled up that second skill point yet? I don't believe so. I think he's holding just in case. More than likely the second storm. But you don't want to get the cost. Like, you don't want to push the wave constantly into the Morphling. You want to be able to somehow pull the lane back a bit here. He's aggressive.
Yeah, he has the point to say steals into search.
Is under attack.
Mind control. Got to break away. Between the carries, I mean, sure, you know, pressure's definitely there on Miracle down bottom, but he's only a few CS behind mid one Sven.
Yeah, he's doing decent.
Yeah.
Out of regen though, and I think Armin is also pretty low on regen too, and that's what you'd kind of expect out of these, you know, this heavy harassment that's coming out from this sinking Willow dual lane.
I mean, it looks sort of across the board. It's super close there on these first waves. Not lane really coming out massively on top. Nobody yet to full top lane. Maybe in trouble. The Iron Shell, the search for it. They've got the telekinesis. The Iron Shell's burning him down. He's going to put the fire mind control.
He goes down.
They've got the right clicks.
Wow, that's a bit surprising too. And it's just Darkseer with the level 1 Ion Shell. They didn't have the sustain to keep Sven up. I guess he was just too low initially. They could get that little bit of extra touches on him. Not how I expected that lane to go at the start here. Even though Rubik, he does prevent a lot of that harassment, I did think the IO was going to be able to keep that sustain for this going. I think Nigma, that's a really strong start.
That is what you sound like.
I'm going to see constant, you know, side pulls coming out here. Team's trying to maximize, pull the lane back in particular, and makes it even more awkward for poor Miracle as he to contest this at risk of all these double disables.
Yeah, looking at the continuation of the mid lane. Stay pretty even here between Topson and we are.
Gets a curve.
That will give him a nice little bit of a gold bonus. And Araman's going to stop Topson from getting the rune.
Okay.
As he's in. And get the setup for the shackles. They're actually going to still let Topson bottle the rune. So Topson quite happy with that. I think when RN showed up, you sort of expect, oh, I'm not going to get the rune, but Thompson was actually still walking and get the bottle refill.
A little bit of a mistake there for Nigma, not actually prioritizing the rune.
And more focused on trying to find the life of Thompson, but not having the damage to do so. So Thompson, he's going to be able to stay in the lane despite that move from RMN.
Does need to bring out a little bit more regen though for himself if he just wants to stick around here. Power shots are up. Weehaw, as we see every time. Raindrop, you're playing versus Tiny. And always be seeing that picked up on a lot of different heroes here too, especially on the other lanes, because Tiny's going to start rolling pretty early on. You know the way Thompson plays. So there we go. Bounty rune's coming out. He's going to make his first decent move.
Yeah, he's able to pick up the bounty rune, get the free reball, and the kill as well. As the combo comes into RMN.
Every time I see Tiny, I just, you think of TI, and it's just like, you think of True Sight. Like, well, time to go start killing again, right? Especially once he starts getting low in that middle lane. If he can see any type of runes that he can make rotations for. He's going to do a similar move out. He's actually going up top. He's got that level 6. He's got that
well, let's see what he can do. They're going to be aggressive. Mid one and No-Tail trying to lead onto mind control, but now there's the turn. We are focusing straight away onto No-Tail with the fire.
He's juking the fog.
He's juking. We cannot quite find him. No-Tail and Mid one are able to keep themselves both alive. Pass shot off the mark. OG will be able to avoid that movement from the Wind Ranger.
Nicely done there. Looks like we're heading actually here. Okay, he's putting a ward to put the watch up top here. And like we said, time to start killing again, right? So immediately looking for moves. They have both river wards to be able to watch any type of runes here. Mind control. Down. CD as well.
He's gonna go down.
Definitely dead.
Caught out there trying to drag and play around with the creeps. They just run straight at him. Get the kill.
The tips come out. The taunts start again.
Wow! In mid.
Then maybe you can go for a toss back here.
If they can get the hold on, they are going to have that combo.
It's only a level 2 toss back, so the range is not as insane as it once was, but they're trying for it. They're actually just going to do it right at the spot.
I mean, holding him in the brambles. It's going to be a decent amount of damage. Top City, is he going to try and dive this? The Windrun is about to come in. We are tries to turn with the Jackal. Won't find the connection. Doesn't matter. We are actually going to think about turning. But gets the pass out. Stops it. Ironman's in with the TP, but not quite quick enough to control Tiny and punish Thompson's dive.
Diving towers this early as Tiny is a little bit scary. He's got 0 armor. He doesn't have the grow at the moment, so the tower does start hitting you very hard. Same thing with the focus fire. So I have to play a little care, but he's still sticking around the area. He's trying to get the combo. If Weehaw does back up, won't be successful.
Yeah, you can see Weehaw, so just playing it super safe. Yeah, that's half HP, half mana. Doesn't take the risk of walking back to base. TP back to the fountain to avoid being caught out. Because he knows that he knows Thompson's going to be hunting it.
Very smart move there. He knows the style. He knows what he's playing against. Arcane Ring, we see being picked up there for Thompson. I think it's personally the best item you can actually find on this hero. On the Tiny, the armor. If you want to go for maxing your combo early, you get, of course, the usage. Plus some extra. 1 gold lead off of these first 7 minutes. I think that's probably where OG would want to be. Maybe a little bit slightly more because of that top lane.
Dire's top tower is under
I do think they're in a comfortable spot. Thompson needs a power shot. Runes will be coming out in the next 8 seconds or so. We see Nick is double checking the runes here now with both supports.
Now this time they should be able to pick it up before anyone heads over.
Yeah, it's a haste. Very nice. Yeah, zooming down there. Rotation from Saksa.
They're able to close the gap onto the dark side. Mind control down again.
Oh, it's so nice playing Willow when you have so many different setups. Sometimes you see this hero can look very mediocre just because you miss your Bramble, but he's got Sven stun, he's got Tiny stun, he's got Sand King stun. Any lane he goes to, he can easily set up those type of kills. Saksa having a pretty successful rotation there and setting up that Sven for success. Didn't see if they have any stacks going for them just yet. Oh yeah.
Nice. He's just straight up dead. Oh damn, Saxon comes in with the shadow round hit and we weren't ready for it.
I wasn't ready for it either.
I mean, he was playing around low HP. Just didn't expect Saxon to come out from the high ground in the shadows like that. That hit just enough.
It's almost a level 6 Willow too. So that level 3 shadow, the damage is it's a big punch that he packs. Very heads up there from OG. Armen trying to soak some XP in mid lane in the meantime. But yeah, a very, very solid start. Look, they're collapsing on that. Seth is running over.
Combo, there's going to be everybody as well. OG just bringing everybody over towards mid lane as they kill them both off as soon as Weehar's back in action. He's taken out, and OG now with 5 of them. They're going to look to take this tilt from tower at the pre-10 minute mark, and there's nothing that Nigma can do really to stop it if OG will continue to push. They're starting to form from the side. See what they can do to fight Thompson. He's just running in at them. He's looking over to GH. Bramble makes the catch, but Seth there it is able to find it. The bow strike comes in from high ground. Caught GH. It's getting a little rough here for Nigma as 10 minutes in it. 7-1 and already a 3 OG as they take this tier 1 tower.
Man, sometimes I do forget how fast this team can play. When they're ready to go, you just see how quick they collapse on that tower. Just no funny business. Screw stacks. We're bringing everybody. Everyone collapsed on mid. They're all 5 heroes showing up. Nigma can't get.
Good.
And I mean, mind control. He does just choose the surge, but he's getting stand with time.
Steps over below. Gets in with the bow strike. Everyone follows up with a stun. Mind control. Tries to turn it. Going in with the stolen stun, but Miracle is full of. Can he clear him down? He's going to be able to. They're looking for GH. Nigma will be able to shut them down there as Miracle just turns up into the Sand King, goes and hits him with a big old bow strike himself.
With the Sandstorm in combination with the Vacuum 2, that level 1. Beautifully done.
They needed that. Yep. A stun and a slip behind Nigma, and Miracle able to combo very nicely with mind control to turn that play around.
What a hero to get the cleanup, right? The Morphling that pretty much needs it in this game, as the rest of them are really suffering. He now has his game fully recovered after that. Beautiful spell usage. Top's still opting to grab his ultimate, as he just wants that maximum burst with his double combo, with his spells, and he does have a little bit of blessing, the arcane ring, some armor that he was missing initially.
Oh, Sax. What's going to find here? He's got Thompson. Armad. Cogs will push back Thompson. They've got the surge as well, so they won't look any deeper.
He needs some roots, but they. And now they're forcing reaction while they're the tower already. Exactly. The second use of God strength, again, not used to farm, used to take objectives.
Nigma's coming in to try and hold this.
We got and a shot.
They're trying to play with the Fierce Axe and trying to push back Weeha. He's still looking for the target. We'll find it. The Wind Ranger is going to be sent running away into the brambles, and now they're going to run straight forward over towards Weeha. They take him down. Saxa, he's falling low, but there's the safety as Thompson comes out. Avalar falling back and mind control. They're still trying to charge in onto GH, just stuck in a position by the cuts round. Over the fireman he goes. The Thompson finishes off another, and he trapped inside his own cogs with mid-one. It's 3 to Nigma. Mind control trying to run, but OG, they've got the numbers. They'll overrun mind control as well. They'll play around with him, toss him a chili pepper, and take away his life.
So much aggression, and we said it, low cooldown stuns, low cooldown every single spell. It feels like an OG. They surround Nigma. They're not able to respond. They got that nice play from Miracle, but that's going to be very rare when that does happen. When he does have the morph available to be able to find the Sand King. They have the Rubik. GH, he actually did get pretty good spell skills. I believe the Sandstorm into a Bedlam, but he's still squishy. And they're it's gonna be tougher to have a front line.
This minute, just don't stop. Thompson steps up, relocates. I mean, it wasn't even needed. As Thompson and Saxa take out Weeha yet again.
And they're never gonna stop. They're never gonna stop the farm now. There's a blink on Seb already with a veil.
Found Miracle.
Just keep going.
Seb's able to get in. He's on top of the morphing. Miracle's gonna try and dive away with a waveform.
They're gonna chase that.
Picks in top. He's closing the gap. They toss it up into the shadow realm. Miracle, can he survive? He's caught in the root. TPs are coming in, but it's not soon enough. Miracle goes down. Seb's gonna be focused here from mind control and GH. They'll toss him back with the telekinesis into the stun. So at least able to find something, but still OG staying ahead. And that the important kill. They're killing off Miracle, slowing down this Morphling's game.
God, I literally feel like I'm just watching the TI finals right now, just because of it's the Rubik versus the Tiny 2. I feel like I'm just seeing, GH trying to avoid Thompson. He gets the ward down, survives Seal, but I do comment GH in particular. I think he's going to be really crucial for this early mid game, having the specific spell stolen. If he has Burrow Strike, if he has some of these spells, he might be able to turn into some of these fights. But OG, just like I said, they're not going to stop to farm it. They're going to be bringing almost everybody into these fights every time here, because they already got the tools to fight. Echo Saber's online, Blink for Sand King. Everyone's pretty much got everything they need to just run at these heroes. Wind Ranger does not enjoy this at all. She is dead to the combination of spells every single time if they get on top of her. So Nigma, they're feeling the pressure. They're staying grouped up. GH level 9. As we see, he's very high leveled here in this one. And they just vacuum pump.
They're going to find Thompson. RMN is going to be able to the fuck. Do anything OG can do to save Thompson. Thompson is going to get taken out of there. Better reload. Over the side. Hotel will keep him safe. And now Midbone, he's going to charge straight in with God Strength. Shackle will hold him down, but it comes to an end. He's going to continue to chase on forward. Turns the attention over towards Weehaw. Midbone still wanting to continue to fight. GH will come in with a stolen burst strike. Turns. He's going to grab God Strength himself, but won't save him as he falls. They get Weehaw again. It's just kill after kill from OG. Nigma just not ready to fight right now. They haven't got a lineup that deals well
and they
with
see
this
Miracle.
aggression here at 14 minutes.
They see him there for a second. Immediately jump. The combo, he's dead. Uh-oh. This is getting out of hand. OG, they found their stride. 18 kills, 14 minutes. Quite a change up from the last few games. We did see where it was very slow. This is not the style that this team likes to play, of course.
This is getting rough for Nigma.
They're gonna try to get all four bounty wins too.
They may have just found another one here. If they want to go for it, they're going to try with it, but then the upsets it. The burst strike. It's another get. Oh, RMN, he's gone in on this. He's gone in on this, and he's going to die for this.
He sure is. But GH will get returned.
Yeah, GH might also die though. Seb and Thompson going to have their cooldown soon. As Sebi's in burst strike. Shackle shot, not going to latch onto Seb, but they do have the dust on him, so he cannot hide. We are in GH running him down. The power shot finishes him off. Thompson comes in again with the combo. Avalanche, not enough to kill GH as he now turns with the stolen Avalanche. We're trying to run down Thompson, but he's tanky.
He's turning.
I've got enough damage with Miracle. He has backup coming in. It's not going to be soon enough. As Miracle turns into the Tiny, he uses his own combo against it. And they'll take out Thompson.
This feels like it's going to be Miracle versus the world, really, in this game. It feels very tough for his other cores to really do too much at this deficit versus this much burst damage. Like Darkseer, mind control, he's trying to get this hood online because that'll be one thing that protects him, but he just dies. He's so fragile. And yeah, like, versus all these just big combo spells, this big burst, he's 1200 HP. Like, he just dies if he's connected by pretty much one stun in a follow-up.
He's got to be very careful here.
He has to have backup, have at least the GH Rubik or RMN behind him pretty much at all times in order to do that. Miracle has to play on an island. He did exactly what he did there. Show up at the end and just get a cleanup kill while playing on the opposite side of the map.
He's close to the E-Blade.
Yes.
So then at least having the chance of maybe pop in some of these heroes. They're not necessarily very squishy heroes, though. This Fence, Tanking and Tiny.
No.
Not necessarily going to go from 100 to 0 in the combo unless he's really shifted into the Agi.
They can do a lot with the combination of the Rubik spell steal and then the morph turning into hero. Like both turn into Sand King and the vacuum combo. So there's still a lot of potential that it does have in the mid game for the fights. Just OG's really starting to snowball. And they're even pressuring tier 2 right now. This tier 2 it could actually just die. I feel like Nigma has to address this or lose their output.
I mean, they're deep in over. They're going to come and try and hold this. Mid one still pushing away. They're ready. They're prepping in the trees. As RMN will reveal himself. Goes in with a hook shot.
The real hit instantly is coming out.
Have they got enough damage to take down this Ven? There's the save. No-Tail takes him out to the side. OG, they're going to prepare for this fight set. He's got the strike. He's caught the two of them. GH and We Are falling low. We Are will be able to win, run away. RMN trying to push the rest of the box, but he's surrounded by the four of them. RMN's got nowhere to run. As OG take a second, taking out the two supports, will be able to push on and finish this tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, Saxon just toying with control over towards the mid lane.
He's tanky now, though. That Bedlam versus the Hood not going to do as much as he'd like, but you see Thompson trying to run over to like connect, but Sox is bullying him away. They take tier 2. They can go completely out. They're going high ground. They still got God Strength after
17 minutes in, you're right. He's got a good few seconds left of this one. As they're taking tier 3 tower. It's at least going to bring it very low.
Yeah, close if they'd like. They've got this ward covering as well, covering that whole entire jungle of the Nigma. Yeah, they're cruising through this game right now. And it feels like Miracle's going to have to really perform a miracle here in this. There's just so many different forms of lockdown for him. And look at this Sven. Sven's got an Agony already.
He's pretty much got it mid one. Agony is going to be on its way out. Imp as well.
Imp too, yeah.
Very nice.
Okay, I think that's the E-Blade finished.
All right, let's see.
See what they do here.
They've got to start the fight off with a quick boom.
No spell is stolen at the beginning of the fight, though. So GH, he's only going to get one spell, the initial. Not like he's going to be able to use a spell, steal one, use another one.
This is a good position. This could catch OG off guard if they head into their own jungle. No-Tail, they're going to try and get rid of the guy. Make sure there's no save. Quick pop there with the E-Blade. Miracle takes him out.
There's buyback.
Thompson, he might need some help. It's coming out. It's going to start pushing back the clock. We Are focused it. Curse ground and taken down by the Bedlam. We Are. He goes down. Wind Ranger. And now Mid-One flies in from the side. Looks over towards RMN. As soon have the advantage in numbers. OG just continue to force Nigma back. They can look at these smoke plays and pick-offs, but when it comes to the full team fight, they've got to run away from this Sven.
Yeah, and now God's back up. He's got all these tools to be able to do rush. They even get the board instantly after it is placed so that it's a move. Now, there's no way Nigma can test this one, so they have to be playing to an Aegis in these next few moments. Continuing to look very difficult for them as this game does progress. OG just really ramping up the pace. 24 kills, 19 minutes.
I mean, in this 20 minutes, does this just sort of in your mind been outplay, or is it just the issue that heroes that Nigma have? If they go to draft, that is going to be hard to keep up with the pace in the first 20 minutes against a lineup like OG's?
It's definitely tough. It's also just OG's the speed that they're playing. A lot of teams you might back up, farm some stacks with Sven. No, they know that they can just go and bring this to Nigma. And look at this Wind Ranger. Just dies every time she shows up. She's so fragile.
Miracle was able to get in. The Dark Willow, at least.
Okay.
Miracle using the strong zone potential. Thompson, he guys hit. The stun comes in with a two-man avalanche. He drained on the minutes of the wall, steps in with the epicenter. Ironman's out, so does GH. Again, just so hard for Nigma to fight. That's pretty much everyone other than Miracle. It's just a huge liability in these team fights. Everybody dies. Only really Miracle that's ever able to get out alive.
And it's hit the 20-minute mark, and they're going to claim what looks like 3 to 4 of the bounties, as well as they have the outposts. Look at the ward coverage by them, too. You can tell they're putting a chokehold on this game. Ryzen sentries pretty much put everywhere they feel that Nigma can actually get out of the base. Miracle
is going to try and pop the IO.
He's surviving, though.
It's not enough to kill him straight up. Miracle can finish him off the tether across, won't save him as Miracle able to punch down Ducktail.
Oh, Weeha's just dead again, though, in the back.
Wait, what?
Thompson just killed him.
All right.
I mean, that's the story of this game. Thompson just murdering Weeha.
I'll accept. It's going to be another one for OG. He's going to drop down the wall.
Oh, man. That might be getting caught. He has to wait for him. He's getting set up on here.
The fear timing, it's there, but he's already building up the strength. They're going to have a stun coming out of this fear, surely. Ooh. Or maybe not. Must have been on cooldown. Ah, there it is. Look at that range. Look at that reach. He's in. Ironman's going to come in with a hook shot to try and help out Miracle. But the combo from Thompson, it's enough. Miracle's dead. GH also got outside of the best mid one. He even started to dive out of the high ground. Shackle shot does come out from Weeha, bringing mid one low, but it's not enough to kill him off. He blocks the war cry and he's out of there. Thompson, he's going in the base.
Oh, Weeha again.
Get him.
They're gonna tip it for sure.
Getting messy.
I mean, his game is over. It's Wind Ranger. There's no points recovery now either for him. He's just always gonna be. He's just one-shot ratio.
Yeah, I mean, Thompson tiny 10-2 and 14 at 22 minutes in.
It's that smile down there. They're having fun.
Yep.
They're literally just playing this Rock 2 Dota. And they're just not even playing lanes, it feels like. They just have Sven, he's pushing out the lane, he can always get relocated in, and it's been like that since the 10-minute mark.
Oh, that's just how you come back into a game like this when you can't even come out of base.
Don't think you do, Owen. You have to hope some of the big mistakes or some huge vacuum comes, because this one feels pretty damn over. Miracle is just alone versus this insane aggression of OG.
Radiant's top tower.
Miracle doing on his arms. What's got off the just BKB. Trying to make sure that he can live through these fights, trying to do everything that he can. Being down as a team, 16k at the early timing of 22 minutes in it. It seems very, very hard to do much at all. As here comes the from OG up to the high ground.
He's got a smoke right now too. Glyph gets popped. They pop the wall to push them away too. They're just going to go toward mid, go for the tier 2, the easier one as that glyph was used. Weeha trying to slow them down a little bit with power shots, but that's kind of all that Weeha is able to provide now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They've just played so fast this game.
They really did.
What do you think Nigma's thinking? What are they thinking about taking away? What are you looking at from this draft of OG and saying this really enables their play style that they're just stomping us with in this game?
I mean, it's everything. Yeah, everybody has a disable. Everybody has a way that they can make plays on the map, and they utilize that at the absolute maximum. They shut down Weeha super hard here with some small rotations, and this game is just done. Like we said, this Wind Ranger has no place in this game now anymore. Just so fragile. And I'm sure our man is sitting there thinking like, damn, Kuro was right. These guys are insane with the run at you.
Our man, talk about the man. He's going to try to go with a hook shot and find it. He's just going to come over the back lines on to Weeha goes down. Set. He's going to step back. Stick going to start to mid one, but there's just damage. They cannot kill mid one. They can touch him with a stun. Thompson in. Takes about 10, 35 to 12, 20k lead. The racks are taken away. 24 minutes in. I mean, at this stage, I think Nigma's only going to be thinking about game 2, as this game 1 it seems to be done and dusted right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Thompson's level 19, he almost has Ags. Like, this is, maybe the Tiny is one of those heroes that you might just want to, it was a problem with TI,
I think
and this Tiny is just, it's an incredible problem, just how much he's able to do.
Yeah.
He's 11, 2, and 14. Like,
Yeah, it's
25 kill involvement, he just pops heroes whenever they make any type of misposition, and it allows him to play that aggressively because it's just the frequency of spells. They don't need to work for anything. Sure, you know, they got God Strength, sure, they got it center, sure, they have Relocate, but that's not what they're playing around. They have all these constant stun and burst damage. Yeah, they're just gonna have to hope for some massive throws pretty much by OG Miracle.
Yeah.
This is not a game that really feels like a Morphling solo carry whatsoever. Way too much disable to deal with. Fox has been also delivering on this Dark Willow super well. From the beginning, throughout the middle, and now it looks like soon the end.
Radiant are scanning.
There we go. The classic sort of last chance smoke here. See if Nigma can find themselves a pick off, something that might give them a chance of maybe turning around and stopping what seems to be inevitable.
Oh, it's vision. Actually, you can see something on the map now. They have pretty much no vision on the map throughout the last 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, just looking at the level difference now as well between them, right? You've got level 14 on Morph. You're seeing level 19s on the heroes of OG.
And look, there's a couple kind of cutting some creep waves or something, but there's a Relocate, Captain TP, oh, Miracle. He's been spotted, but oh, the Shadow Bomb gets off.
Yeah, it's not even going to be enough burst to kill off Sax right now. As Nigma, they're trying to run. We'll be able to TP out, but Miracle's going to get left behind.
Wow.
Yeah, this is...
this kind of Dota.
Yeah,
we had some games this morning with like kills in 14 minutes. That's never going to happen when OG's playing, especially when they're playing versus a team like Nigma, when they know how they like to play. You know, it's super aggro. I feel like these teams, you know, that respect level is there, but that's when it makes you play at your absolute maximum, as this feels like one of the better showings I've seen from OG in the last few weeks.
Yeah, this is the back at, you know, sort of the just full potential. It's, as you said, this is just a very OGS draft, and the way that they're playing it.
He's playing around the trees there because he has that ag. He's trying to find a target. Power shots. Annoying a little bit there. Still waiting for someone to... He's like, someone's gonna go for this catapult. Who's going for this catapult?
Don't go down there.
He's like, we hot? He's like, we hot? No, it's gonna be you.
Someone gonna go. Don't do it. Topton's waiting. He's watching in the trees.
He's gonna have like Seb stun in and then just the tree volley and try to combo somebody, right?
Don't shift into Agi Miracle.
He's very high up. I'm morphed up there. He's gonna just bother her. That's the creep wave. He waited long enough. Yeah, still full dominance. The trap in their base. Nothing to really do for them here, as they can just watch.
That's the base.
He's trying to get. I think he's just trying to get that vision down.
Oh no, man! Oh no! Goodbye. Goodbye, Ironman.
Miracle is desperate to find farm. Look, he's like, oh, Ironman, thank you. You distracted them. I can go get a hard camp. And it's 7 minutes, so maybe he can pick himself up a neutral item during this little excursion here, but base in jeopardy.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Base definitely in jeopardy. Look at the speed that these buildings go down.
Over destruction, level 18.
Yeah, fortification's going to come to an end. They're back in. Crackle shot with a latch. Tower's out. And the racks are exposed, OG.
My God, he's got full AC.
There we go, pushing on. Top racks are gone.
Next.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Yeah. Indeed. As this game won, I mean, Nigma just being entirely shaken up. They just weren't ready for this game. They weren't ready for this. I mean,
it was pretty explosive how it all happened, right? It was like, okay, 10 minutes. Let's turn it up. Let's turn up the heat. Everyone just sandwiches on mid, and then they just go from tower to tower as this not like this 5-man ball, but just a very quick moving.
Okay. Got it. Nice.
Sure. And he's got the BKB finish, so he's got a little bit better to play around this insane amount of disables, but it's also an insane amount of damage that they're punching to with all these items picked up.
What happened to getting the axe on the morph against the the Dark Will. Is that still good?
I think he needs a lot more time in this
Oh, wait,
game.
does he? Okay. Is it just bad? Yeah, I thought it was still a pretty decent combo.
It used to be because it started at like the Shadow Realm used to do the maximum damage or whatever, but now it takes time to build up. I mean, either way, still he has to,
okay.
Like in this type of game too.
Okay, they get nerfed. Okay.
Yeah, in this type of game too, like everyone's very tanky, and it's how's he gonna get in position to do any of that?
You got the want
the talents. Remember how you need the level 20 talent, the month duration. You need to be able to constantly be in that form.
I guess that's true. It's not anywhere near level 20.
You can't. It's not like you can really buy much of an axe and all that.
What level is it about? Level 16. Yeah. There's the bit. OG there. They're reaching their level 20s. No problem. As we're going to see, it's got to be a big hook shot. Just go for it. Throw everything into the pit.
It's the BKB morphling, but he's gonna run.
Yeah, they're gonna come out of the pit and they're just gonna kill them straight up. Mid one in with a stun on 2. That's about we are. RMM mind control hit the deck. And 7 sacks will play with the Rubik on the side. Miracle popping the BKB as he has to run. OG's gonna continue to chase. Miracle tries to turn and push them back with a stun. Turns into the spell. Instantly died. It's an ultra kill for mid one.
Oh, and he was caught holding the hot pepper as well as he died.
That's gonna burn. He's gonna kill that hot toilet. As this game's over. GG is scored.
Wow.
OG, game 1. And there's no question about it. That was certainly OG right there.
Yeah, that is definitely true here.
The OG style of just run at you.
Back to their kind of TI form and.
No, come on, don't make me want LGD in this series for another time. Come on, Team Nigma, let's see you step it up. Or is OG really just that damn good? As we find out what's gonna happen in this game number 2 draft yet again, joined by T-Governor, Lizard, and probably Jared. Probably.
There.
Wait for it.
Is he?
There he is. There's my boy.
You got me.
Welcome back. How'd you? Yeah, interesting. That's your takeaway, because I found it to be a little less than interesting. I'm sure watching your boys win is always very interesting. I imagine, right?
5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy to see that OG is kind of moving backwards in a way in this tournament, where they're looking back and now they're kind of bringing that into their game. And probably everybody woke up very well today, and Nigma was a little sleepy. And I mean, there was obvious problems with the drafts. I didn't want to go too much to it because there's too much to talk, but they had a very slow start and losing early game, and then, well, tiny rotations and Wind Ranger planning rotations. That's kind of dictated the game.
So then if we look at the differences, that's what's happening in this draft. Last game, they felt like they were able to save Miracle's hero for the very end. This time, picking up an Arc Warden right off the bat, pairing it with a Treant Protector. Meanwhile, OG, Luna, Vengeful Spirit. What do you think about Arc Warden as a hero right now? Because I think I guess 4 premier carries right now would probably be like Drow, Arc Warden, Terrorblade. I guess that would be the main 3. So what's your opinion on Arc Warden right now?
I mean, I have not seen the games. It's kind of sad. Obviously, I know the hero very well. Topias and the whole OG team has been talking a lot about it. There's some obvious flaws in the hero. But I mean, thinking that Nigma picks it, I don't think it's the Nigma style to play in a way. And with Treant, I feel like it's leaning towards losing the lanes again and kind of leaning towards late game, which I feel Nigma is not that good at. I think their huge strength is in how they benefit from Biham playmaking, and then the rest of the team kind of following up on that. And MC putting up his game, and then suddenly Miracle has farmed with his order. But that's potentially gonna happen, but I don't think this is as good of a start for the draft that I would wish for Nigma.
So the Arc Warden has been changed a little bit, and it's a bit stronger in the laning stage, the way people play it. At least you get this bulky position 5 or 4 with you, like your clocks or your tusks, and then you have this setup, let's say magnetic field plus tag team, or you have ice shards for the spirits. Here you have Treant perhaps with Bramble Maze spirit, which is pretty strong. But I like what you pointed out. They want to have a good laning stage, and I think they had a very similar draft with the Rubik Arc Warden. We right now need something like a Queen of Pain, which is banned out by OG. So he needs the full playmaker.
Yeah, I'm just seeing from Nigma that it's very much they're trying to get Miracle to have a game, and when you look at that first game, he didn't actually have like any impact within the game. He tried to make rotations top, and they didn't really match it. He was trying to mirror Thompson basically in his movements. And with their picks right now, I'm seeing OG post laning phase, their ability to swarm across the map will again outpace Nigma. Like when you compare the two teams, Nigma, they try and open up the map so that Miracle can farm in the pocket of safety behind. But OG, the way that they play, they don't allow for that pocket of safety to even be created for Nigma, because they're just non-stop going in. So I'm a little bit scared for Nigma, that just basic playstyle between the two teams and the performance that we saw from OG in game 1. I think just that alone, I'm favoring OG with just the picks they have as well.
Though, do you think that the IO was a core part of that strategy? Because Nigma first phase bans the IO. IO sends a very survivable combo, so even though Weehaw was trying to mirror that movement, a Wind Ranger just can't deal the same amount of burst damage that a Tiny can against these kinds of opponents. So starting out with a Luna Venge may have some differences in this next game.
Something I would like to point out is the fact that it's not very useful to have farm on your safe lane carry when the rest of your team is doing pretty bad, because the safe lane carry is never going to help them play the game. It's going to be the other way around. So you can much easier play the game when your playmakers have the farm and your safe lane carry is not doing so well. Whereas when you're Morphling and you have everything but your teammates are like struggling, you're not offering anything till you get the E-blade, and even then, like, you're gonna probably burst one guy, but that's not enough for the team fight. So I feel like that's like a general core issue in Dota sometimes, where you just get so punished on the other lanes, and the safe lane, yes, he's very happy and he's not crying for his farm, but at the same time he's actually losing the game because he's just farming and he has everything in the team.
Yeah, it's about the theory, like how do you approach this game, right? Like this, what you're saying, I completely agree with it. But there are some coaches that say that they are willing to sacrifice, like, well, not exactly, let's say a coach, but right now Winter, he says that like he would like to have these 4 heroes, just protect one, sacrifice as much as possible.
But you can see that in Nigma's heroes. I think the adjustment that they've made from that first game, can't make plays on the map.
10 seconds
Their ability to defend towers is actually insanely strong, right? You have Sandstorm, Fade Bolt, Living Armor. You got a lot of like
field.
You got a lot of nice ways that Nigma can prolong the early engagement or early objective from OG. If they can continue doing that, and then they get to the point where Miracle's obviously farmed, then it's great. Then that they will get to that kind of window where the net worth has value on the carry. It's just, can they actually get the early levels to have that defense?
Exactly, and this is the line of where you sit behind the tower, but if you take the direct engagement, you're gonna lose the fights. So I think you're very likely to see in the game where the Nigma, they're just sitting back, kind of like protecting stuff, but not taking areas, let's say. Unless they win the early game, obviously, but that's, I think, doesn't look too good so far.
10
but,
seconds remaining.
What's interesting from Nigma is they had 3 exact same Sand King and Arc Warden before, so this is a well-practiced draft. I think it...
Did they win?
Yeah, they did, but it was versus 5 men, so maybe not
Whoa.
Yeah, it was versus
5 men.
Yeah, versus 5
There are
men.
divine playoff grand finalists.
It's true, actually.
All right. Oracle banned out by Team Nigma.
Yeah, you read the ET nerf, Jerax, that you can't refresh the buff of the spirit anymore?
Ah, that's kind of sad for the laning state. What are they supposed to do then? Why are people playing?
You tell me, man. It's your team. I don't know what's going on here.
10 seconds.
I'm not like actively talking to the guys like, let's play ET because it's nerfed. It doesn't work that way, because
Alright, then give me a justification, T-Governor. Why is ET still relevant even after those nerfs?
I think Jarrett is lying. I think OG messaged him and was like, I know you're on the draft panel, type one hero you want to see, and he just typed ET, right? This is Jarrett's request, I feel.
I'm being the traitor here, trying to come up with something to fill up like the fact that ET is broken, and everybody doesn't get into the trend of picking ET.
See, called it. The real question is, what is Weehar's hero? I'd like to see a hero that can make early moves and create noise on OG side of the map. How we see Thompson play Tiny, that type of hero, you know, make OG waste a key spell that they want to use in the aggressive siege, because again, Nigma has a beautiful way to defend early towers, so if they can at least take away a couple of those resources through Weehar's play.
Look at their bans though. Batrider, Viper, Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
Wind Ranger banned out by Nigma, which is something that OG obviously plays quite a lot on 4 as well.
Actually, all his heroes have been
banned out by Nigma.
Yeah, he actually has no heroes in this.
He has no heroes left. That's the problem.
We're gonna see a new Weehar hero.
Dice Hunter.
You may now select your hero.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, it helps the rest of the heroes to protect the towers. That's like the key part. Yeah. Let's say you pick something aggressive. Let's say you pick Puck. Like nobody would enjoy him being in the game because he wouldn't like have any potential to.
Another 19 minutes game and they might just get it because you do have an Arc Warden. There is a lot of push coming from OG with the Beastmaster, with the Void Spirit. It's all on this Void Spirit to just crush the Arc Warden. He's the reach that they've got.
Tigo, how about you? What are you seeing here?
I like the adjustments they made from game 1, highlighting how they have to fight up against the tempo that OG like to set. My fear is the laning phase just didn't go well enough, so if they get outplayed in laning phase again, OG could just sweep the game. But Nigma has the solutions for OG's playstyle, and that's the key thing. They have a way to enable his Miracle Farm. Yeah, that's it.
Last but not least, Jerax, how biased are you gonna be? Give me an objective analysis. Which team you think has a pretty solid draft there?
I mean, I'm very happy for the Beastmaster pick. I think it's one of the better against Arc Warden. You get a lot of minions. You have Luna. You control the game like basically with those 5 heroes, and Nigma is just sitting in the base very likely in that 20 minutes, and we're gonna see if they break the base or not. But yeah, I'm a big fan of playing fast in this game, and hopefully the fast team usually wins because it's about execution, and I hope they execute.
Well, I hope that they don't execute so that we can talk to you one more time, but if not, it was a pleasure having you on this draft panel. Let's see what it all goes down to in game number 2.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Yes, game 2 ready to roll. We've had the drafts, and well, we're getting quite a lineup here from Nigma. Very interested to see what they do with this one. It's sort of a similar sort of setup they had in game 1, right? Building very much around this one big core. This time going to be the Arc Warden.
Yep.
What do you reckon? And just to confirm, who is going to be playing the mid solo? So they're going to be starting with Miracle in the mid lane and just running the side lane side.
He might. I don't know if Thompson knows now that there's a ward there though, because he was doing the little scouting to see if that ward was there. But
range?
Miracle was also there, but they're gonna ping it. They're gonna go for the D ward anyway. They're unsure though which one it is because of the positioning. Look, No-Tail's actually pinging on high ground. Do they listen to No-Tail? Sox is like.
What is that? Is that range?
It might get the other. It might be in range anyway. It might be right on the edge. It's right on the edge.
It's not quite in range.
Sox trusted Johan. Never again.
So let's have a look. So it is the Weehar Tide. I mean, so why go with the Tide as the last pick this game? Do you like that from Nigma? I mean, it definitely seems like you look at the 4 heroes around the arc. They are 4 heroes that are going to be very good at TPing and reacting to dives and early aggression, right? You got a lot of stuns, a lot of early fight, and a lot of saves.
I think he parks in front of those towers and defends. When he's looking at Luna, Venge, Beastmaster, you know, OG. I mean, that's the way that they like to play anyway. But look at those 3 heroes. It's a very fast-paced kind of like taking towers thing. Tide Earner, he puts himself right in the front of there, makes it a lot harder for them to really just push right through him. So it is a possibility that can work. I do like the OG style though here with this one, because I do think they have a very fast-paced draft, and they have a lot of different ways of like amplifying their speed too. With this ET, love ET with heroes that have mixed type of damage. Void Spirit, mostly magical, but he does have some elements of physical. And then Luna, that's like Luna and Gyro are the 2 big like mixed heroes that I love seeing with another Titan. So you can capitalize a lot on that. Distance especially.
I mean, it is again just very possible to see this lineup from OG 20 minutes in if they're ahead. You know, running down lanes with this Luna Venge Beastmaster, it's going to be tough for Nigma to stop.
Yeah, but it does seem like they're going to be at a much better position in lanes this time around. They didn't pick super greedy lanes. They have pretty safe lanes across the board here.
Why hunt the Tide, Hunter?
And we did see mid, I believe. Miracle did kill the courier of Thompson. Thompson's courier actually, I think, just walked into him. So there's a little bit of a misstep there, but we do see lanes. Looks like they're farming pretty well in these first 2 of them at least. And bottom is going to be that one where we see a lot of trades. Same thing with top. Level 2 picked up on mid one. Same with No-Tail. They got it before mind control. Instant aggression. And maybe even looking for a second one here. They got another stun in a moment.
Have they got the damage?
It's going to be a little limited.
Yeah, there's Fadebot back up as well.
Yeah, he's got the stick as well. GH knows that this is going to be a lane where they spam spells constantly. So sticks, wands are very favorable for the side of Team Nigma up there, but they do at least get the first blood on OG, and Miracle is really pushing this Void Spirit kind of out of the lane right now.
In fact, Thompson
is under attack.
Ooh.
Not quite in range of that last Spark Wraith, but very much putting the pressure on. He's about 100 away from getting the bottle sent out to him. It's going to be very important with the amount of damage that the Miracle's doing to him early on.
As we expect, he's farming just fine down here versus these double melee, versus just straight physical damage that's down here as well. They're doing very good. There's this double melee lane versus double melee lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very beefy, important. Safe lane, right? Yeah. Nigma.
I think Sox is going to probably just start pulling the wave a little bit here, but might get caught out.
Hey, it's pretty low on the...
He's a bit... He's afraid. As soon as they left the lane, he doesn't know where they're going to actually end up. Might actually go catching it. Maybe just suicide. Yeah, he's just going to suicide, it looks like, to the tower.
Mid lane, CS continuing to be very even between the 2 here. Thompson now with the points. Level 2 in the Simulate.
Does feel like he has started to be blowing. My control up here is getting low again, and he's got no armor items either for him. But I imagine damage.
They'll get the Venge. Yeah, with the Sandstorm, they have the damage to kill off the Vengeful Spirit, and Mid-One won't quite be able to finish off Mind Control.
Infinitely better start than the last game already. Sox still in level 2. Level 3 is where you start to see that big change in damage, especially for the Elder Titan if he chooses to go for that 2 points in the Astral. Mind Control. As soon as GH leaves, they try to get aggressive onto him. He'll back away. He'll be okay. Yeah, this, I mean, it looks like it should be a much better kind of like getting into the mid game and all that for Nigma. But I think OG is really going to start kicking up the pace once they start getting those levels. Like once this voice can make moves around easier, like when he hits that level 6, he's going to dart around. And maybe even before that, as we do see like Topson, he likes to move, it seems like, on those bounty runes from what I've seen in a lot of their games. Looks like, I mean, for the build he's gone for, it's much more of a farming. 3 points in the Dissimulate. So just a creep clearing build, it looks like here. And let's say level 3 on Saksa.
I mean, this is a hard night for OG to find. 2 steps forward.
Yep.
And immediately
look at Weehaw. The briefcase, it really starts to hurt. I said that level 3.
Yeah, you're right. This punch from the ET, it's doing it here. Push by Fireman and Weehaw back. A lot of damage built up there by Sax with the Spirit.
Yeah, he doesn't even have any stacks or anything on anywhere. That's literally because of the 2 heroes plus the creep wave. Able to hit it onto our men. Should have like pretty much a double damage here on the ET right now to zone them away.
On top lane.
Top though.
They're going to turn. Look towards No-Tail. Mid-One's going to step across, try and help. The Fate Bolt comes out. Mind Control finds the kill. And now do have the illusion to set up the vision onto GH. See if Mid-One can find a kill in return. GH, he's got the boost though. Has that movement speed. He's going to be able to get himself out of there. Mind Control. He's actually bringing Mid-One down really low. As Mid-One,
he's got 1.
He's got 14. Yeah, 14 jumps. So, yeah, you're right. He's just playing around with him. GH is low, but he's out. He's away from the illusion, and he's able to pick up those bounty runes.
Saksa is, yeah, he's starting to do the ET things. As soon as the level 3 is hit, as we said, he's able to secure the lane a lot better for 7. Just kind of push Weehaw and our men away. Here comes the Spirit, our men. He's kind of got to run. They got to watch out for that boar slow as well. That briefcase. Constantly pushing. 7 very low though. Could definitely get caught out here if he steps up too far.
Yeah, he's got the south going.
Yeah, this is TP actually. Then the Tempest double down bottom to gank.
Ooh, let's see if Miracle can help them get this kill. Spark Wraith onto Seb. Can they save him? Another Wraith out. He can't even get away. As Miracle moves here with that double coming into the bottom lane. I mean, he doesn't have to leave mid himself. Finds himself a DD.
Very nice fight.
Middle tower is under attack.
You see Topson is starting to get a little bit more of that farm, but I do think a lot of that is him farming small camps, as we see. Like we said, he's maxing the Dissimulate build, so he's really just going for that farming style, that aggressive style on the Void Spirit this time around.
My aggressive style, top lane, Mind Control.
Under the tower.
He just goes straight in on the 2 of them.
There's no creep wave there to tank for him for a moment. Takes a couple hits, but follow creep wave does come.
Radiant are
4-1, 1K lead right now. Our Team Nigma. Miracle, the big leader up at the top.
Saxa just going to come across with Seb once more, looking towards Weehaw. Again, the punches from Saxa certainly hurting.
Leech kind of counteracts that a bit here. Our mana, what, 2 points it looks like in it at least. Yeah, 2 points in that. Leech said it costs a lot of mana, but when you're double melee, you actually benefit off it very heavily now compared to the old one. Oh,
Radiant's courier has been
gets
killed.
It. Wow, he just punches over that tree stump there, it looks like.
Over towards mid, No-Tail. He's come to try out Topson, go for a play on a Miracle, but No-Tail's only lost his own life for now. GH in with the telekinesis. Topson still has another jump with the Astral, so he'll be fine. Down bottom, Iron Man continue to try and chase Saxa. Tranquil's going to kick in a second. Can Iron Man reach him? He cannot. Saxa's out with the speed.
Seb is 6 now, though. He can easily set up for some kills. And we'll see if Topson decides to start making those rotations. Weehaw, level 5, trying to take him down a little bit lower here. The punches start coming in for Saksa. And they're going to be able to get him.
Come out very easy.
Another rotation, though, Miracle.
Already there's Saxa and Seb, they're just backing out.
Oh, this time it's the real hero that he actually brought down here.
Tower is under attack.
So his tower is actually going to get hit a bit there.
Yeah.
And they see him immediately with the ward, too, so they know that it is the real arc. Warden down bottom here. So we'll see what Thompson decides to do with that information.
And Miracle's trying to make his way back over to mid, but Saxa and Thompson are both just going to turn, looking for the setup with the stop. They do lose the life of Saxa. See if Thompson can find revenge as he looks towards Miracle. Miracle lays down the bubble. Thompson's in it. Has Thompson actually got enough damage to finish this kill? Ooh. Does. Will get the kill. He's got to simulate back up, presses it. He may be able to find the double as well, and he does.
Cash
the
money.
Kill and the double. Big money for Thompson.
Super worth it there for Saxa. That build that he went for, it's really interesting because it's the maximum amount of it's the build that gives you the max damage, right? Because that to simulate the way it scales, it's highest burst if you're able to connect with it. So I mean, it ends up working that he goes for this one, and I personally do like that build because it allows you to clear creep waves so fast, and you don't have to reliably use an impulse, which is kind of like your shield in a lot of ways sometimes. And it gets it down to like what, like a 10-second or 11-second cooldown as well. So it's not only your escape, but it's your farming mechanism as well on that Void Spirit. All the way up to level 9 now too. Roar is going to be back up in a moment here. They're smoking. It was spotted by the ward though, so let's see how they react. They're sending the Rubik T2, saving a faster port for the front tower there in case
they may just go straight for the top line.
Yeah,
as we'll see.
Or they can set up around the bounty runes here. 30 seconds. They can maybe put a ward down here. They have the Hawk already in position, and it looks like, yeah, it's going to be toward that top lane.
Mind control, he's looking to dive Notail. They're heading over towards him here. They know the mind control's deep underneath the tower, trying for this vengeful kill.
Notail's baiting him a bit here.
Yeah,
for mind control.
And here's the move. Seb and Saxa, they're in, roars out, and mind control will get taken out. Just getting a little too baited in there by the vengeful underneath the tower.
Tops will push in because he has this Hawk vid as well, so he can secure the bounty, but at the same time, see our men do similar while Weehaw threatens the tower a little bit on this Tidehunter here. And that looks like it should be the Midas pretty much done for Miracle in a moment. Thompson though, big here, can look to make a ton of aggressive plays. As
for this Luna, he's in trouble, mid-one. He's in big trouble. Pops the wand, Ravage will come out. Mid-one, pops the fairy fire.
The medallion?
Oh, finally goes down. Able to dive the tower here with that use of the Ravage over towards mid. Thompson, he's trying to dive in for GH. He's going to be okay. Can't get back out though. To simulate back up, jumps over actually into the face of Miracle and his double. Astral steps back up. Thompson's able to dance himself away.
Trying to make use of that DE rune. He tried to push the limits and he did. Was able to get it, and he's going for this Ags Rush build. This is a lot of damage if you do get it out early.
Oh, swap that up. They've got the real one. They've got the damage here.
Oh, they
pull back. Miracle goes down. I'm ready for Notail to just step up and swap him in.
And another one, Sox is here.
Thompson's very low. He's very low though on the Void Spirit. That swap is going to mean that Thompson doesn't need to necessarily dive. He's still a little hesitant though.
GH has a nuke.
He's going to be able to turn that back onto GH with the roar coming out into the storm. Thompson, he jumps back in again.
Secures the last hit.
Weeha's got to deal with Mid-One being here as well as Mid-One's turned out. Weeha's trying to run. They're dumping the tower. They're going to be able to get him as well.
It's the timing. They're all grouping up. Ravage was used. They used Overgrowth as well bottom, so they can easily collapse. Don't think they won't care anyway if results were up because that's the way she plays. But yeah, taking advantage of a bit of that greed. You know, Miracle, he's going for Midas. You know what Dark Gordon's going to do. This is your time to really press the issue and ramp up the pace here.
Yeah.
These tier ones. And look, they're going to run immediately to bottom to probably do the same thing down there. Save a little bit more mana on Thompson.
You've got to look really towards mind control if you're Nigma now to make the big plays. He's pretty much your highest network. Has the blink dash done.
Okay, that's that's huge around those tier ones.
Yeah, exactly.
They got Overgrowth,
they
almost Ravage.
These sort of pushes around.
Yep. It's about if the vision is behind, right? They do have a lot of different forms of vision to check back there with the Astral, with the Terror, as well as the Hawk. So mind control does have to hide himself away here.
Yeah, he's got to get some big eppies.
They're not seeing him at all on the map, though. They're not seeing much of anyone on the map, so they're being a little bit cautious here, backing up and resetting. Thompson is healing as well. No roar available. Looks like they're going to farm a little around mid one for a moment here. As all those ultis, as we said, coming back up for Nigma. They're very good ultimates at when you're getting ran at. You know, you pop your Ravage, you pop your Overgrowth, you pop Epicenter. They're very good at those counter initiations. But they're actually walking in aggressively here.
He's going to go straight in. I've got the Ravage. The Epicenter. This is the combo. Straight up, Nigma walk to the high ground. Ravage into Epi, that'll do it.
That ward give them all the information up on that high ground there for mind control to the jump. Beautifully done. And can set themselves up for a tower here. Don't think I'll expect it to be your vision there at all.
They weren't ready for that one bit. As Nigma just walk in and combo the 3 of them down.
He didn't have to use every ult either. Our still has his available, so that overgrowth will still be there. When OG does, you know, when OG respawns, and they're gonna look to punch back real hard here after that move.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. You know, Ravage Epi, it's pretty much going to win every team fight if they get it off. You know, you walk in, what sort of save are they? They're going to rely on this Venge to be at the side. Obviously, when they don't have the ult, that's when the weaknesses do come back online for Nigma. But Michael says no, they don't. He's ready to try and fight this. Get's going to jump in onto Seb with the first strike, but Seb turns with the raw. Acting missiles. No, what? He's going to go for the ultimate here as he starts to push back. Weehart lands the Lucent Beam. And I guess yeah, that is the weakness, right? They tried to turn. They don't have their ults. Mind control going in. But without the ultimate, they do struggle. That's a huge part of what's being sort of allowed Nigma to win any of these trades.
Top tower is under attack.
Let's get caught by the Remnant and the Stomp, but Thompson's got a priority to get in the Arcane. He has the Ags done.
Close,
yeah, he pretty much does.
Yeah.
And the other thing with Ags is like it provides the silence, it gives you the 2 charges of Resonant Pulse. But with Elder Titan, the other thing is it's just that much extra damage that you can provide with the ET natural over 2 onto those backlines. So Jumping Miracle, he's still kind of tanky because of the strength gain on this hero, but could definitely pop from all that magic damage. Wondering if anyone can actually slot in a Veil for the side of OG. They don't really have that natural builder for it like they had last time on tanking. It might have to just Venge or the ET that look to purchase it, because it's a very good Veil game when they have Luna and Void Spirit as their 2 cores.
He's toying with the tide mid.
A lot of magic damage.
He's done a lot of damage. We are
stancing on him too.
Yeah, we are. Gotta be careful, Saxa. Oh, lock them up with the jump.
Still an Arcane Rune on Thompson though.
I mean, he's still playing into he's just getting. He just got soloed. Thompson just able to do it on his own. Mind control's going to come in with the burst strike onto Thompson. Jump his way out. They've got the drop, and he got the pulse out, and he's going to live. He jumps in deeper. He pulls the side. Thompson goes straight in. And he gets nuked out of the game. But they've lost 3 of Nigma. Miracle's in trouble. Saxa and Seb surround him. The Tempest will clear up Seb in return. From Saxa, we'll put a stop to the attempts from GH as Saxa, he's out of there. As OG, I'll take the trade. They lose 2, but they get 4 kills for it.
And the whole time, Luna's farming down bottom, just fine. Such aggressive plays. The Arcane Rune from top, and he just pushes the limit. He doesn't care if he dies. He knows that they get some cleanup kills, and mid one is soaking all that space anyway. That's his job. That's the typical Thompson move there, giving his life for his team. An Arcane Rune with that Aghanim's this early on. Just such an insane amount of burst damage.
We'll see a D here as well. Is just going to be able to get a grab of this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Thompson, didn't quite get it. Nice right there for GH, popping the deny. They are going to use the combo of the Ravage into the epicenter of the boat. They've got the lockdown onto Thompson. Thompson gets popped.
He's a free spawn too, and he's just dead immediately.
I mean, this is the combo. Ravage and epicenter until sort of BKBs start coming out, or defensive. That killed pretty much anyone on the lineup, and Nigma, they're diving for more. Over towards Saxa, goes Saxa, getting the stomp going, holds the 2 of them down, but the damage is flying out from Miracle and the double. They get themselves the 3rd.
Such quick response there too. I think there's a double ward actually placed by OG to watch the rune there, but they get sandwiched on by Nigma anyway. And Seb, he stepped up too far.
They're gonna find another one. A little unnecessary there from Seb stepping in. The tip certainly going his way.
Lots of different forms of initiation on the side of Nigma now with that, with that Ravage, thinking Blink Dagger. Now also a Rubik with the Blink Dagger too on GH.
They've just got great jump at Nigma.
Yeah. Mid one is still farming during the entirety of it, but we do see is taking advantage of the fact that they had that time. And oh, the dream item for Miracle, the Grove Bow on the Arc Warden. I feel like every time there's an Arc Warden, they get Grove Bow.
The scan from Dire has hit again. You know, knowing that Ravage and Epi are down, it's going to be a good opening for OG to fight. They can get a catch and all. Nice TP, says mid one.
Seb's TPing top as well too. He's got Roar available. He wants to join the fray. There's a lot of farm pushing in down bottom though. Someone on OG is going to have to get that, but yeah, they're pinging it already. They know someone has to farm it. I guess Thompson might be the only one available.
Chasing with the smoke, they might get the catch on the mind control. There's the setup. There's some beam coming out.
This is up onto the high for a second.
He is there, but there's an ult coming from Saxa. The split is going to pull him back as mind control. Taken out. OG, seeing if they can chase anything more.
GH does have stolen Roar. second, so they do want to try to get on top of me.
They find anyone in these trees. They've found We Are back behind the trench. There's going to be a buyback. Mind Control's back in action. No-Tail taking tower hits. He's going to come across with the burst strike, gets the turn of both Seb and Saxa. The ult comes out. There onto the limit, but he already got the Eclipse out. Mind Control, he's back in. Is available yet again as they cleared up 3. They'll look over all pops in the burst strike from Mind Control. Catches, pops it out. Saxa will be able to TP away. But big buyback there from Mind Control. Comes straight back into the game, landing these burst strikes again. What the ultimate just has the damage that OG aren't ready to fight into.
Look at the 2 spells stolen by GH as well. Roar, and then he steals Eclipse immediately afterwards. He has the burst to take out mid one. OG dying a bit too far forward, and they get punished by all these ults. Overgrowth was still there. Epi just came back up, and like you said, fought back. But very clutch steals from GH to be able to provide that extra damage and control.
Oh yeah, just being able to punish the dives and aggression from OG so much better than they were in game 1. This draft is already just playing out much nicer.
Yeah, GH still last game, he still got some really good spell steals, but his team around it was kind of just crumbling. This time, he's getting those good spell steals, but his team is not crumbling. Look, he's all the way up to level 14, so he's still being very enabled. And yeah, those type of positions, not the most ideal for OG. They really just wanted to push the issue, but yeah, tier 1's still there. I think No-Tail mostly died to the tier 1, actually, that I was seeing inside of that fight. 0-7 now for the Venge.
I mean, 19 minutes in, being down 2k, you look at sort of what OG may have wanted to do with their draft. Is this, you know, have things not really gone to plan here for OG? Is this Nigma already shaking up what OG would have intended to do? Did they expect to get more than just 2 tier 1s at 20 minutes, do you think, this OG team?
I think they probably did, but what they're playing against, like after the way the lanes are kind of going, they're playing versus a lineup that's very good when you're getting ran at, right? Like, I remember them saying it even inside like the True Sight thing. It's just like, should we play Gyro just because running at us, like, you know, like animals? They're just crazy diving at us. We need some type of counter initiation. Sanking, Tidehunter, Tree Protector, excellent heroes versus that. I'm wondering if they're going to go for some type of mixed build on mid one. That's the one thing I do think that the possibility versus Dark Warden, because he will be so far back. They have the Astral. If he gets something like an Ags, they have a lot of different things to throw it onto. Void Spirit is going to be committing in. You get a Luna Eclipse into the back lines. Definitely possible that they go for some type of mixed build, but they have been slowed down a lot. Mid one only level 13 compared to that 16 of the Arc Warden.
Oh, so should be good to go again. Looks like Miracle's back.
Yeah. He's the only one with the cam on. He's just like, you see how laser focused he is all the time too. We get to see all the beautiful mugs of OG. Don't say anything. They're just waiting.
Oh yeah, OG is. Oh, Seb's
saying some stuff. Okay.
So's no time. I'm having a bit of a discussion here. How good's your lip, really?
Not very good. Man, No-Tail's hair's gotten long.
Yeah, he's growing it out, right? He's getting his beard going too. What could they be talking about?
Probably just the next few moments, right?
Yeah.
I think they know which spells were used, so just thinking which they actually used quite a bit there on the side of OG too, so maybe they want to do, like you were mentioning, sit back and farm up, let Midwin at least finish his BKB, probably divert attention away from him so that he can actually have easier time in the fights. He really needs it too.
Very close to. He's only about a recipe away mid-bomb. So they should be able to get that on for the next fight.
Yeah, they don't have. Okay, they do have Roar available. Okay, so let's see if Seb tries to make something happen with his. He's gonna try to push out, immediately met by an awkward illusion. This is gonna constantly happen. Oh, whoa, whoa. He actually has to roar.
He has to. He literally was about to die.
Well, now they know the Roar's down. Now they can play more aggressively themselves on the side of Nigma, and immediately they are doing so. Smoked up. Savage is available.
There's the combo.
No Epi available.
No, they don't. And there's going to be counterplay. Oh, we are dying. He's going to be dead. He's falling low. He's going to take him out. And he gets a chance to pop a Ravage. I meant to come with the overgrowth. He's looking over towards mid, but now we are, and the tanky gone. We are Mind Control out. They can't fight this here, or they're going to struggle immensely. They've got to back out. Nigma, this is not a fight to take anymore.
The back-to-back silences right after the Kraken shell.
He
couldn't get the Ravage up, and the amount of explosive magic damage, that's what we were talking about. With the natural order, with this double, with the Aghanims from that Void Spirit, with a Lucid Beam on top too, they just popped so damn fast.
That should help.
That's definitely a bit of worry there for Nigma. And if they're, if we are dying without the opportunity of getting anything out, and whoa, see ya. I remember the Dukes.
They're stalking him though. They're looking. I'm not gonna be able to find him sometime.
There's Tranquils and Blink. He's fast. Actually, there's a TP over towards the bottom. That was what the boost travel on top.
It is. The boost travel on top. He's in. He's looking for him.
Yeah, he's going to be able to cut off the tree.
No mercy.
I'm sorry, I'm on the way back with this bots after Ags. It's going to be all over the place. Thompson always ready to join.
Works for me when you're with Beastmaster. Fan of boost travel whenever you do have that here. You're always going to be able to join in any type of fight around the map. Looks like, though, at least from the wards that I'm seeing right now, OG have a bit of a defensive posture. All just covering kind of look at the river access, and then you have the one Hawk kind of watching a little bit of movements toward the top lane. So I feel like we said, trying to finish up this BKB, maybe trying to chill a little bit for a moment as these ultis are back online for Nigma.
Still have Miracle leading the way in farm. He's holding that top spot, and the Arc Ward in his game still to be really shaken up. He's hitting all those timing spots, Midas, and pretty much has the Mjolnir done.
Yeah, he has so many protective things for him too, right? Like the tree, the tide, the sinking to protect, but there is a lot of ways that OG can get on top of him anyway with these, when they do inevitably get the blink daggers that it looked like they were building on, and the Viper just naturally jumps the back, so.
Maybe tough for Nigma to try for a smoke again if they've got one, if they've got all the ults.
Yeah, I can't believe how farmed RMN is in this. He's just kind of casually sitting on the side farming with the blink dagger. He has great follow-up now always. And yeah, every ult available. They are fighting into that mid one BKB though.
Sure. Let's see if he can burst in. Gonna try and burst him before he gets the chance to pop it. He needs to save. He's gonna get it. The swap out's there. It wasn't gonna be set out. Thompson. He's actually able to kill off GH, but the stolen natural step won't take GH. It still goes down. Hotel turns with the stone on the mind control. I'm sure it's the high ground, but they have the read. The pulp from Thompson gets the kill. Sends forward the run and drags back. They've got the control as RMN will fall. The Eclipse is out. As RMN is delivered, still surviving. He's able to sneak out freeze. Thompson's trying to hunt for him. The blink. They spare him out. Brandon doesn't quite grab on some Miracle. They'll get the Tempest double. Thompson's still trying to dive in deeper. They have a roll from there. Nigma's got to be careful.
Such a fast swap. Instantly breaking the chain disable that Nigma was going for onto that Luna. Immediately able to turn it.
Didn't even need to use his BKB move. After being saved there by the swap.
That's the beauty about having Thompson with Zag in his build, right? Because he can just jump into the back when they go for this nation, silence everybody, do this coverage, so he can save the BKB when he gets swapped into a defensive spot.
Yeah, I mean, you hit a 5-man silence. That's a pseudo BKB for
pretty
the whole
much
team.
Yeah, in a way.
There's no magic coming.
And so many different ways to buff him up, right? The Solar Crest of Lads, they're just trying to make sure that mid one is the strongest. I believe that's the Vanta gonna be coming out. So now he's got the versus the Overgrowth now, as well as the BKB.
They've got to go for this steal. They've got Blink Epi.
There's someone always scouting though. And there's a Hawk too scouting. It's tough to jump in there.
Let's see if they can get the blink and can mind control. Find a way in. Thompson setting things up with the round. They are a little scared. They know that there's that jump from Nigma.
Too much big team still around the pit, even though most are still on TD. They're waiting.
Weeha's got to be out. He's going to get swamped in. Down just to sort of block off any backup. The silence comes out to Weeha, stepping out to the side. Midboard, he's doing the damage. Burrow Strike comes in. Midboard's in trouble. Whoa. Immediately then, Miracle in the double just destroy him. The damage from the Arc Warden came so quickly, there was just no way to respond. He died instantly, and now with mid one out, no buyback on him. Himself can't come back to the Roche pit. Miracle just stepped in, and he's going to look to finish off this Roche and get the Aegis himself, but it will. OG cannot contest this.
Over aggressive swap there. They tried to go for the Tide Hunter, but now they don't have a swap to save the Luna. Portnoy is in a little bit of a misposition there to be able to save his Luna. He has to, I think in this, has to save that swap for those chain disables so he can get the beat.
Got to save mid one. Yeah. I mean, the scene just then, how quickly mid one dies to Miracle in the double.
It's just so much extra damage because of Grove Bow on top too, right? A couple Maelstrom procs, bam! Like the hero just looks like it pops that much quicker.
Yeah, that's bumped up Miracle a good bit right now. 15k net worth. 3k ahead of mid one's Luna right now.
It's gonna give him a blanket to get his BKB finished up. We were mentioning can be a bit of a tough for the Arc Warden because there's so many ways to get on top of him, but now BKB don't have to worry about that heavy magic damage that OG really does have.
And now they've got to worry about taking him down twice. Yeah, just smoke up from they're gonna still try and go. again, that last fight was lost in a situation where Nigma didn't even have to use their ultimates. There's still the Ravage and the Epicenter that OG's looking into here, so this is going to be a difficult fight for OG.
Trying to catch him off guard when they're split up here.
Man, looks like they're sort of prepared though. As Mind Control, he's already out in the trees. They'll find the real Arcwater, but Miracle, he's able to walk away. Topsy defines him. They're taking the hunts. It's going to be the focus from Weos. Pops the Ravage, catches the three of them. They're quite finished on note. Mind Control committing the Epicenter only onto the bench.
Nice.
A lot was used on the bench. You're right, this peak doesn't save him. Thompson's got the physical damage with the Death Delay to build on the Void Spirit, and now OG, they can look for the cleanup. They're found to. Mind Control jumps away with the Burrow Strikes, tries to get the axes out. He's up with the TP. Anything to stop it? There isn't. So Mind Control will escape.
They got on top of the real arc, and it was a DP on Thompson as he finishes up the Deso.
Yeah.
He just lined it and stuck onto Miracle. Miracle got left alone. The rest of his team couldn't actually get there to help him.
Split up. It was a little awkward. You had Weehaw standing next to Notel. Sure, the Ravage did catch some of OG on the side of the fight, but it was away from anyone else on Nigma. And then you have this jump in from Mind Control. Burrow Strike Epicenters the Venge. It doesn't hit anyone else. They're just throwing everything onto Notel. That's exactly what OG want.
Yeah, they actually just ditched. They put Miracle on an island. RMN was the only one who actually backed him up. Everyone else just kind of left him alone. Thompson with great priority getting with this item build, with the DD. Can stick on top of that Arc Warden pretty easily there. A lot of different items coming out. That was the Aegis. They just crushed.
He tries to jump in, but there's the counterplay. Thompson with the silence. He's not done. He's dead without buyback. Mind Control gone too. Thompson's just diving in. There'll be a buyback from GH.
He's dead as well.
Wait, what? Okay. All right. Well, this looked to be a close one, but after those last few plays, it's slipping away from Nigma. It's slipping away from them. As OG, they're on the high ground. Nigma's got to come in with some big plays right now. The Arcman, overgrowth into nothing.
Miracle's back up though. He's on the high ground. OG backing up as they're a bit unhealthy now.
But they can't afford to just lose Weehaw and Mind Control like this. These are the two heroes that need to be moving in at the front together when the team live, going out one by one, getting picked off, swapped out, and stunned up. You're never going to get your fight together without the Sam King side live.
No, they're going to have everything up again for OG because they're not that reliable, reliant on the cooldown. So all the side Nigma is.
Mind Control. He's going to try and go on Thompson. They got the damage. Thompson able to get the Dissimulate off to the side. Jumps over with the Astral Step. He's dying slowly to the Flux. Is it enough to kill him? It isn't.
It's not. It was close.
He'll live. He's away.
Almost can get a kill again, but unable to. And now after that last fight, everyone gets almost a full item.
This is what you need to do though. Quick with the smoke. Don't give up a chance to reset, heal up, buy these items, get set back in there with the ults.
And Thompson is full resetting. He lost the majority of his HP. Looking for anybody here, but
they're playing safe. OG
knows they look at those side lanes, looking at mid. Nobody's showing on the map at all. They're aware of this.
Yeah, it was a good intention from Nigma, but just a move that the OG were more than prepared for.
Games now finished up for Saksa, so he's been quietly committing. He's been quietly doing a lot inside of the fights with his stun. Now he can do a bit.
He's walking in.
Okay.
He's got to be a little careful about being swapped away from the rest of his team.
There's a lot of damage that still goes through to him whenever that spirit gets on top of you. Even though you have pipe and all this, it's still so much damage that they can poke away from with magical.
They're just not able to get a jump into OG at all. And OG's timings, we're having 15 seconds and Eclipse is back up. Very close to having a full Scotty on mid one, just about 1,000 gold off.
Oh, he keeps up his items. Okay, he had Butterfly Cube, then he had Tank, and now he's decided Scotty, I guess.
Scotty was excellent against the Arc Warden.
Yeah,
that's range
so nice. And it's great versus Tidehunter. It always constantly applies that slow. Even if he cracks off, you hit it again, and it's tough for him to run away.
He's going to try and spin. If they can do it here, they're opening up onto Luna. Mid-one, trying to get away. Mind Control, he's off the mark with stun. The Burrow Strike doesn't find Mid-one, so the chances there for the BHB to come out. The Storm does put them to sleep. OG will use the chance to get away. He's killing Miracle on the side. He's not going to dive in any further. He's got to be careful now. The overgrowth stuff. We are on top. Has got the Ravage. If he wants to pop it, the Burrow Strike in play. Thompson, he's going to come out. We are holding the Ravage. Not wanting to use it straight up. They've still got the GH. He's got the telekinesis into the Stolen Remnant. GH gets the job done.
Oh, thank you, GH. Bet his whole team is saying that there. Level 18 Rubik, he's kind of putting the team on his back there with a lot of those catches. Thompson With a very Thompson-esque move, overextending a little bit.
He
Almost got it.
He nearly had him.
It's a huge play that he almost was able to achieve. He's part of that team. Where are you? But mid one, he had to be careful because he did get that BKB popped early. And now, you know, they still do have Ravage. So Nigma in the side lanes, both the Arc Wardens pushing them in. They see the mid.
And Miracle's farm still pretty insane here.
Yep. Okay, he switched back to the Satanic.
Okay.
Feeling a little bit scared after having to pop the BKB. Yeah, the burst. Still a lot of control he has to worry about too, so that status resist is nice.
Yeah, I mean, even with the stuns they have between the bar, the Ravage, it's...
Yeah.
Unless Miracle is just fully focusing him down with the double, he should live long enough to get the chance to pop the Satanic and BKB.
Yeah. Or time for the swap to come out or something along those lines. It'll help quite a bit there.
We got BKB for Seb, MKB now for Miracle, so his damage output stepping up once again. Again, overall, close game. Both teams, they're sort of very different composition. Look at the goal. Nigma, it's all on this Arc Warden. For OG, very much split between the three cores.
Dire's top tower is falling.
Meaning that, you know, Nigma, they're definitely at that risk, you know. If this Arc Warden gets found, as he has been a few times, you know, Thompson has been doing a great job of getting on top of Miracle and being close to bringing him out.
Yeah,
if they lose this Arc Warden, the fights are going to be over.
Absolutely. We have trying his best. You can see he's just being this bodyguard. He's like, come at me. No, he's just sitting on the high ground. Anyone who walks up, he's fine with it. He can just tank it to get that space to Miracle. But it is concerning, right? OG, their lineup is very strong at scaling still, too, anyway. Like, this Luna, the ET really makes the difference, too, in amplifying how much damage everyone does. And this ET, I mean, so 18. You can't forget about Sox if he's able to get a good time where he gets like a 5-man Astral. He can run in and start punching himself.
Octarine very close to being done on Thompson. Nigma, they have to do everything possible to protect Miracle at all costs.
Wherever Miracle goes,
just
have to have Weehaw there.
Yeah, Weehaw, or even just mind control by his side, so the Burrow Strike to jump anyone that looks to go up.
Look at Notel. He's literally sitting in the swap range of mid one. Just never leaves that kind of positioning there because he knows he has to break the sequence of chain stuns in a lot of situations. A lot about those high ground claimings. You see Nigma, they're really playing on that one. Same thing for OG. Its initiations can change everything. Top lane is very pushed in here. Onto the side of OG.
OG themselves just going to ignore it for now.
Now they're going to TP Thompson over there. He's got a TP back up in about 40 seconds. Let's see if Nigma instantly reacts to run to bottom. They are. But there's going to be a ward to spot them. They're going to catch on the retreat, though. Maybe try to claim a high ground themselves. Yeah, they're pinging it. They're smoked up as well, too. Getting a ward down.
They've got the combo.
They're walking through vision, though. He is spotted immediately, too, by that Astral. It's going to connect onto 3 or 4 heroes. Jake jumping in.
Are we hunting? Yeah. The grab onto Seb.
They know Thompson's top.
Mind Control's going to look to Saxon. Nota's going to swap him out. Mid-one, he's just charging with the Eclipse. He's going to be able to take out GH. Miracle beating into Saxon as he gets some in the pull.
Yeah, Astra's back on.
He's there. Saxon's going to live a little longer. Still, though, Miracle. The physical damage to take him. But now Mid-one. He's on top of Miracle. Miracle's trying to run. Mid-one pops Satanic, keeping himself healed up. Miracle can't get out. Thompson's in with the actual step. Miracle's down. Overwatch goes a triple kill for Mid-one. Ravage is out. We are, but they're in the fall. Weehaw falls the double as well as out of the game. They just couldn't get it together. They're a little too split up from Nigma. As Mid-one able to run them down one by one with the Satanic, just proving too tanky to take out. And again, OG, they're being able to get on top of Miracle. Miracle isn't being protected.
And Thompson wasn't there at the start of that fight. Thompson was pushing out top. He joined late. What ended up happening was Miracle's trying to focus, start killing this other Titan as well as the Beastmaster and the Bench were locked inside this overgrowth, but okay, they get a kill on Armament, trying to cut the creep wave there. Nice play by Thompson, but this ET's tanky. He got the Astral back in time, and a couple extra seconds really makes a difference. He gets him down to half HP, and then the rest just show up for the cleanup.
Oh, and we have Thompson here, flashy build, level 25, not taking the dissimulate stun, extra damage with this Death Star.
I mean, Thompson was one of the few that did that even for a long time. He did double crit, remember the double Crystallis build as well, when it was OP. And now onto the high ground, quick. 20 seconds. Arc Warden.
Thompson, he's hunting in the trees and he's found him. That's a buyback. Iron Man's going to go down. He's out of the game for 75. They have a repair kit, but Midbon has said they're punching through it with that boosted attack speed from the inner beast. As we are stepping up. Rapid still for 70 seconds.
There's still a lot of damage that comes
through. He's just diving in. Thompson is straight up towards the fountain underneath the tier 4s, pushing them back. As Thompson, is he really getting away with this? It's going to be the swap on GH. He's able to jump out with stolen astral step. Miracle now starting to push them back. A big part of the epicenter as mind control. He gets him, but Midbon, BKB, Satanic. He turns. Mind control's gone. Another hero dead with that buyback. OG get the racks. They kill off 2. GH is trying to catch someone. He jumps forward.
Midbon's still strong.
Thompson, he's going to go back in with a step. He's on man, and Thompson's just going to TP out in front of them all.
Oh, man. That is just pure confidence.
There's now 10k ahead, OG. They've opened up a set of racks.
So many more items now being picked up for them. Just a luxury being dropped into their side. I believe Luna now has, what, full Aghanims? Is it done? I saw him have... Okay, he actually got the full Scotty, sorry. So full Scotty finished up. That is a huge fight for them there.
No doubt.
Yeah, Miracle, he's got 5,000 gold. He's able to build the majority of the Satanic there, but he's, like we said, it's just him on an island, and there's just too many things he really has to deal with in the midst of these fights. Everyone just jumps on him. They know that's the main priority. Sure, there's some damage coming out from this epicenter. Sure, there's some damage coming out from the Rubik and all that, but the majority really is just the Arc Warden. It's getting to that point where it's all on Miracle with the control that he's provided from his teammates, and yeah, they've got a lot of items now, and now an Aegis to boot.
It's going to be very hard for Nigma to deal with in the fight.
They couldn't get him 1-to-1s. He's got a full Scotty on top and Aegis and cheese.
He is just huge right now on this Luna.
Or someone else. Thompson maybe has the cheese at least, but yeah.
Going out the Rapier next as well, because why not? He feels pretty unkillable in these fights. He trusts No-Tail to save him.
I swear I've seen Thompson have every single rune as well this game. He has a DD again. He always has a haste, a DD something. He's just always watching those runes on this hero.
I'll see what the approach is going to be from Nigma. Again, you know, even with the ults up, they've struggled to find fights in their favor. As just across the board, the 3 cores of OG, I mean, the 2 in particular, Thompson and Midbon, are just such a handful to deal with, even if they do catch them in the initial rampage. There's No-Tail.
They find Weehan.
Right, just walk up and start things. Thompson's going to jump over towards Iron Man, and 4-star will get Iron Man back to safety. They're playing around with Weehan again, another spot. No-Tail gets Weehan back to Midbon. Weehan, he's going to be saved by the Imps, but they have to duck. They've got detection. Weehan's gone.
Look at this Elder Titan. He takes the 100% cleave time.
With the buyback coming out, Thompson. He's in with the grab. Yes, mind control behind the burst. Is the overgrowth? Got the lockdown. He's his part. Thompson, will he live? He won't. They kept down Thompson. Set him the roll. The overgrowth comes out to Miracle after tempting double Midbon. He's cleaning up the Arc Warden and his double. As Miracle out of the game, no buyback. We are chased back to space, back to the fountain. As OG cleaning up. Nigma just can't get the job done. They can't get the team fight together. They're too far behind.
And Thompson knows he can play this risky super dive. He was probably going to do it anyway. Didn't have buyback, but in this one he has buyback. So jumps in, they throw all the spells on him. He buys back.
And they're cleaning up again there.
Clean the game.
I mean, this game a little closer between the 2. But again, OG and again, Thompson, Tiny popping off. The hero pops off in game 1, and this game 2, the Void Spirit, they just couldn't deal with him every single fight. Midbon will make sure he's got a Rapier there for the scoreboard. As this game's over in the series, it's done and dusted. OG 2-0.